Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this, and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Aladdin and the Underground Lamp. The town of Dustwell sprawled along the edge of a dry riverbed in the heart of ancient China, its mud brick houses baking under a relentless sun. The streets wound narrow and dusty, lined with stalls where merchants hawked wilted greens and scraps of cloth, their voices hoarse from shouting over the wind that swept sand across the cracked earth. Beyond the town stretched a wasteland of dunes and scrub, the horizon shimmering with heat, a land that offered little and demanded much. At the town's fringes stood a shack, its walls patched with straw and clay, its roof slanting like a tired sigh. Here lived Aladdin, a boy of 16, and his widowed mother, Leon, their days stitched together by the thin thread of her weaving and the thicker weave of his idleness. Aladdin was a lanky figure, all elbows and knees, with black hair that fell in a tangled mess over his forehead, and eyes dark as midnight, glinting with a mischief that rarely turned to purpose. He was quick with a grin, quicker with an excuse, and happiest when sprawled in the shade of a dead palm, tossing pebbles into the empty riverbed while the sun climbed high. Work was a stranger to him. Why toil when the world spun on without him? Leon bore the burden alone, her hands calloused from years at the loom, her once dark hair now streaked with gray, her face lined with a quiet strength that belied the ache in her bones. She'd been a seamstress of some renown once, her threads weaving beauty from hardship. But her husband's death, a merchant lost to a caravan raid a decade ago, had left her with a son who dreamed more than he did. The afternoon sun blazed overhead as Aladdin lounged in the town square, kicking a makeshift ball of rags with a gaggle of barefoot boys. Dust swirled around them, sticking to their sweat-slicked skin, their laughter a sharp note against the hum of market chatter. Leon was at home, her loom clacking as she wove a coarse blanket to sell, her fingers nimble, despite the hunger gnawing at her stomach. The shack's pantry held only a handful of rice and a shriveled onion, the last of their stores after a lean month. Aladdin knew it, heard it in her sighs, saw it in the way she rationed their meals. But the weight of it slid off him, lost in the game's carefree rhythm. A shadow fell across the square, long and lean, cutting through the dust like a blade. Aladdin glanced up, mid-kick, as a man approached, a stranger, tall and gaunt, draped in a black cloak that fluttered despite the still air. His face was sharp, cheekbones jutting beneath a thin beard, his eyes a piercing gray that seemed to see too much. The boys scattered, their game dissolving into whispers, but Aladdin stood his ground, curiosity sparking beneath his lazy grin. The man stopped before him, his cloak settling, and smiled, a thin, crooked thing that didn't reach his eyes. "You're Aladdin, aren't you?" he said, his voice smooth as oil, carrying an accent Aladdin couldn't place. "Son of Mustafa, the merchant?" Aladdin blinked, the ball rolling forgotten to his feet. "Yeah, that's me," he said, scratching his head. But my pa's been gone a long time. Who are you? The man's smile widened, his hand dipping into a pouch at his belt to pull out a small silver coin, glinting in the sunlight. I'm Tarek, he said, tossing the coin to Aladdin, who caught it with a flick of his wrist. Your father's brother. Your uncle. I've been away, far across the sands, but I've come back to find you. My long-lost nephew. The coin felt cool in Aladdin's palm, its weight a promise he didn't understand. He'd never heard of an uncle. Mustafa's tales, half remembered from Leon's rare stories, spoke of trade routes and storms, not family. But Tarek's words dangled a lure he couldn't resist. An uncle? He said, his grin spreading. Ma never said anything about you. Tarek stepped closer, his gray eyes glinting. She wouldn't, he said, his tone softening, conspiratorial. Your father and I parted ways long ago, a falling out over business. But I've prospered, boy, and I've come to share it with you. Fine clothes, a shop of your own, a life better than this dust heap. What do you say? Aladdin's heart quickened, the silver coin a spark in his hand. Clothes? A shop? He pictured himself strutting through dust-well and silk, coins jingling in his pockets. No more scolding from Leon about looms and chores. Sounds good to me, he said, pocketing the coin with a shrug. If you're really my uncle, I'm in. Tarek clapped a hand on his shoulder, his grip firm, and Aladdin missed the flicker of something colder in the man's gaze, a hunger masked by the smile. Good lad, Tarek said. Tomorrow, then. Meet me here at dawn. I've got plans for you. The sun dipped low as Aladdin trudged home, the coin a secret burning in his pocket. Leon sat by the loom, her fingers threading wool in the dim light of a single oil lamp, its flame flickering with the last of their fuel. She looked up, her eyes narrowing at his dusty grin. Where have you been? She asked, her voice weary but sharp. Playing while I work myself to bones. Aladdin flopped onto a stool, his grin widening. Met someone today, Ma, he said, pulling out the coin and rolling it across the table. Says he's Pa's brother, Uncle Tarek. Gave me this. Says he'll set me up with clothes and a shop. We're gonna be rich. Leon's hands stilled, the loom falling silent as she stared at the coin, then at him. Mustafa had no brother, she said, her tone flat, a shadow crossing her face. He was alone, like me. Who's this man? Aladdin shrugged, leaning back. Dunno, but he's got money, Ma. Promised me stuff. Good stuff. Said he'd been away. That's why we never heard of him. Leon's lips pressed thin, worry creasing her brow. But Aladdin waved it off. Relax, he said. He's coming tomorrow. You'll see. He's real. Sleep came easy to Aladdin that night. Dreams of silk and gold chasing away the shack's chill. But Leon lay awake, her fingers tracing the coin's edge. A unease settling deep in her chest. Dawn broke pale and gray, the air sharp with the promise of heat. And Aladdin sprang up, his usual laziness shed like an old skin. Leon watched from the doorway, her shawl clutched tight as Tarek appeared in the square, his black cloak stark against the dust. He carried a bundle, cloth shimmering in the light, and handed it to Aladdin with a smile. For my nephew, he said, his voice smooth. Try it on. Aladdin unfolded it, a robe of deep blue L silk, embroidered with silver threads, finer than anything Dustwell had seen. He slipped it over his tunic, grinning as it flowed around him, the fabric cool against his skin. Leon stepped forward, her voice low. Who are you? Truly, she asked, her eyes fixed on Tarek. He turned to her, his smile unwavering. A brother to Mustafa. Long parted, he said. I mean your boy no harm. Only a chance at something better. He pulled a basket from beneath his cloak. Cakes dripping with honey, dates plump and dark, and set it before her. A gift, he said, to ease your days. Leon hesitated, the scent of sweetness tugging at her hunger, but nodded, stepping back as Aladdin beamed. See, Ma, told you. Tarek took Aladdin's arm, leading him from the square, the boy chattering as they walked, out of Dustwell, past the dunes, into the wilds beyond. The sun climbed high, the heat pressing down, and Aladdin's steps slowed, his new robe sticking to his skin. Tarek spun tales of caravans crossing deserts, of cities paved with gold, his voice a thread that kept Aladdin moving even as the landscape grew bleak. Hours passed, the town a memory behind them, and they reached a narrow valley, its walls rising steep and dark, two mountains looming like sentinels over a shadowed trench. The air turned cold, the light dim, and Aladdin faltered, his grin fading. Where are we? He asked, his voice small against the silence. Tarek stopped, his cloak swirling as he turned, his gray eyes glinting with a purpose Aladdin hadn't seen. A place of power, he said, his tone shifting, harder, sharper. You're going to help me, nephew. There's something beneath this ground, something I need, something only you can touch. Aladdin stepped back, unease prickling his spine. I'm tired, he said, glancing at the mountains. Let's go home. Tarek's smile vanished, his hand clamping onto Aladdin's shoulder, his voice a low growl. No turning back now, he said. You'll do as I say, or you'll regret it. Aladdin's heart thudded, the valley's gloom closing in, but Tarek's grip held firm, pulling him deeper into the shadows, toward a destiny he couldn't yet grasp. The valley closed around Aladdin like a fist, its towering mountains casting long, jagged shadows that swallowed the fading light. The air grew colder, heavier, pressing against his chest as he stumbled after Tarek, the man's grip on his shoulder, unrelenting. The blue silk robe, his uncle's gift, clung to his skin, damp with sweat despite the chill, its silver threads glinting faintly in the gloom. Aladdin's legs ached from the long walk. His stomach growled from a day without food beyond the morning's honey cakes, and the thrill of Tarek's promises had curdled into a sour unease. The stranger's gray eyes, once warm with tales, now burned with a hunger that made Aladdin's skin prickle. Where are we going? He asked again, his voice trembling, but Tarek didn't answer, his cloak swirling as he pulled Aladdin deeper into the trench. They stopped at a patch of barren ground, the valley's floor cracked and dry beneath a scattering of loose stones. Tarek released him, stepping back, and Aladdin rubbed his shoulder, his breath puffing in the dim air. The mountains loomed overhead, their peaks lost in a haze of dusk, and a silence settled, thick, unnatural, broken only by the faint rustle of Tarek's cloak. The man knelt, brushing dirt from a flat slab embedded in the earth, his fingers tracing its edges with a reverence Aladdin didn't understand. Gather sticks, Tarek commanded, his voice sharp, not looking up. Quickly now. Aladdin hesitated, his heart thudding, but the memory of Tarek's earlier growl, you'll regret it, spurred him into motion. He scrambled around the valley's edge, picking up brittle twigs and gnarled branches dropped by some long-dead scrub, the wind whispering through the rocks above. He piled them at Tarek's feet, the man's silence stretching taut as he arranged the wood into a small pyramid. From his pouch, Tarek drew a handful of gray powder, its grains glinting like ash, and tossed it into the pile. "Stand back," he said, and Aladdin obeyed, retreating a few steps as Tarek struck a flint, sparking the twigs into flame. The fire flared, a burst of orange against the valley's gloom, and Tarek raised his hands, his voice dropping to a low chant, words Aladdin couldn't grasp, a string of guttural sounds that twisted the air. He tossed more powder into the blaze, and the flames hissed, spitting a thick cloud of smoke that stung Aladdin's eyes. The ground trembled beneath his feet, a low rumble rising from deep within the earth, and he stumbled, his hands flying out for balance. The slab cracked open with a deafening groan, splitting to reveal a dark maw, a stone stairway descending into shadow, its edges worn smooth by time. Fixed in the slab's center was a brass ring, glinting dully in the firelight, a handle to some hidden door. Aladdin's breath caught, fear clawing at his throat, and he turned to run, his legs moving before his mind caught up. But Tarek's hand shot out, seizing his arm with a force that yanked him back. "Stay!" the man snarled, and before Aladdin could protest, a sharp blow struck his ear, sending him sprawling to the dirt. Pain flared, hot and stinging, and he curled up, tears blurring his vision as he glared at Tarek. "Why did you hit me?" he cried, his voice breaking, a child's reproach against the man's cold stare. Tarek loomed over him, his face a mask of impatience. "You don't run from me, boy," he said, his tone icy. "Not when I've brought you here for your own good. Beneath that stone lies a treasure, wealth to make you richer than any king. You alone can claim it. Help me, and we'll both rise. Defy me, and you'll rot here." Aladdin wiped his eyes, the tears smearing dust across his cheeks, and pushed himself up, his ear throbbing. The promise of treasure flickered through his fear, a spark of the greed Tarek had stoked with coins and silk, and he clung to it, a lifeline against the terror of the dark stair. "What is it?" he asked, his voice small but steadying. Tarek's lips curled, not quite a smile. "A lamp," he said. "Old, simple, but powerful, beyond your dreams. Only your hands can touch it. If I interfere, the magic breaks. Obey me, and we'll share its gifts. Now, lift the stone." The slab loomed before him, its brass ring a dull eye in the fire's glow. Aladdin stepped forward, his hands trembling as he grasped it, expecting weight, resistance, but it yielded easily, sliding aside with a scrape that echoed through the valley. The stairs stretched down, steep and narrow, swallowed by a darkness so thick it seemed to breathe. Tarek knelt beside him, his voice low, commanding. "Go down," he said. "At the bottom, you'll find a cavern, 3 halls filled with gold and silver. Don't touch them, or you'll die instantly. Pass through to a garden, cross it, and you'll reach a terrace with a niche. There's a lamp there, burning. Take it, douse the flame, pour out the oil, and bring it to me. Gather fruit from the garden if you like, but don't linger." Aladdin's stomach knotted, the stairs a throat ready to swallow him, but Tarek's gaze held him fast. The man slipped a ring from his own finger, a plain band of bronze etched with faint runes, and pressed it onto Aladdin's. "This will keep you safe," he said, his tone softening, a lie Aladdin didn't catch. "Go now." With a final push, Tarek sent him stumbling toward the edge, and Aladdin took a breath, the fire's heat fading at his back as he descended, step by cautious step, into the earth. The darkness engulfed him, the air growing damp and cool, the stairs slick beneath his boots. His hands brushed the walls, rough stone scraping his palms, guiding him as the light above shrank to a pinprick, then vanished. His heart pounded, his breath loud in the silence, but he pressed on. Tarek's promise of wealth, a thread pulling him deeper. The stairs ended abruptly, his foot meeting flat ground, and a faint glow seeped into the gloom. A cavern, vast and echoing, its walls shimmering with treasure. 3 halls stretched before him, just as Tarek had said. The first gleamed with gold, coins piled in heaps, goblets studded with gems, their surfaces catching a light that came from nowhere. Aladdin's fingers twitched, the urge to grab a handful, nearly overwhelming. But Tarek's warning, instant death, held him back. He hurried through, eyes averted, into the second hall. Silver urns, platters, chains, all polished to a mirror shine, tempting him with their gleam. The third hall sparkled with both, a chaos of riches that dazzled his senses. But he kept moving, his robe brushing the stone, his breath shallow with restraint. Beyond the halls lay a garden, its air warm and fragrant, a stark shift from the cavern's chill. Trees lined a winding path, their branches heavy with fruit, reds, blues, greens, each piece glowing like stained glass, catching the unseen light in prisms of color. Aladdin paused, mesmerized, and plucked one, a ruby-red orb, cool and smooth in his hand. He thought it glass, a pretty trinket, and stuffed his pockets, their weight tugging at his robe as he crossed the garden, the path leading to a low terrace carved into the rock. There, in a niche, sat the lamp, a simple thing, old brass, tarnished green, its wick burning with a steady flame that cast dancing shadows. Aladdin reached for it, his fingers brushing its warm surface, and lifted it from the stone. The flame flickered as he blew it out, a thin wisp of smoke curling upward, and he tilted it, pouring the dark oil onto the ground where it seeped into the cracks. The lamp felt light, unremarkable, but he tucked it into his robe, its shape pressing against his chest as he turned back, the fruit weighing him down. The climb back was harder, his pockets bulging, his hands full as he gripped the garden's treasures, one slipping, rolling away as he reached the stairs. He started up, the darkness closing in again, and called out, "Uncle, help me. I can't climb with all this." Tarek's voice echoed down, sharp and demanding. "Give me the lamp first." Aladdin fumbled, his hands too laden to reach it. "I can't. Not till I'm up," he shouted, frustration rising. Tarek's shadow loomed at the opening, his tone turning cold. "The lamp, boy, now." "I can't," Aladdin insisted, his voice cracking, and Tarek's patience snapped. A roar of rage echoed through the cavern, followed by a flash of firelight as the man tossed powder into the blaze above. "Fool!" Tarek bellowed, chanting those strange words again, and the ground rumbled, the slab grinding back into place with a thunderous clap. Darkness swallowed Aladdin whole, the air sealing tight, and he pounded the stone, his cries, "Uncle, let me out!" muffled, unheard, as Tarek's footsteps faded into the valley's silence. Aladdin sank to the steps, his hands bruised, his breath ragged, the lamp and fruit a cold comfort against the realization he'd been betrayed, trapped beneath the earth, a prisoner of the man he'd called uncle. Darkness pressed against Aladdin like a living thing, thick and suffocating, sealing him beneath the earth in the cavern's cold embrace. The stone slab above loomed heavy, its brass ring out of reach, a silent taunt to his cries that had faded into hoarse whispers. His hands ached from pounding the unyielding rock, his knuckles raw and stinging, and the stairs beneath him were damp with the sweat of his despair. The lamp rested against his chest, its brass frame a faint warmth through the silk robe, while the fruit, those dazzling glass-like treasures, bulged in his pockets, their weight a burden he barely felt against the crush of his predicament. Tarek's betrayal echoed in his mind. Fool, the man's rage, a thunderclap that had locked him here, abandoned to rot. 2 days passed in that shadowed prison, each one stretching into an eternity. Hunger gnawed at Aladdin's stomach, a sharp ache that twisted with every breath, and thirst parched his throat, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth. The air grew stale, heavy with the scent of stone and his own fear, and he slumped against the steps, his blue robe tattered at the hem, its silver threads dulled by dust. He thought of Leon, her weary hands at the loom, her tears when he'd left with Tarek, and the guilt clawed at him, sharper than the hunger. She'd think him lost, dead like his father, and he'd left her with nothing but an empty shack and a broken promise. By the third day, exhaustion dulled his edges, his body trembling as he curled tighter, the lamp digging into his ribs. Death felt close, a shadow creeping nearer with each shallow breath, and in his despair, he clasped his hands, a silent plea for Leon, for escape, for anything to spare her more sorrow. His fingers brushed the bronze ring Tarek had forced onto him, its etched runes rough against his skin, and he rubbed it absently, a reflex born of anguish. A low hum vibrated through the cavern, the air shimmering, and Aladdin jolted upright as a figure rose from the stone, a giant, towering and broad, its form wreathed in smoke, its eyes glowing amber in a face carved from shadow. "What wouldst thou have of me?" the figure boomed, its voice a rumble that shook the steps, and Aladdin scrambled back, his heart slamming against his ribs. The genie's bulk filled the cavern, its arms thick as tree trunks, its presence a storm trapped in stone. Who? Who are you?" Aladdin gasped, his voice cracking, fear warring with the flicker of hope in his chest. The genie inclined its head, smoke curling from its shoulders. "I am the slave of the ring," it said, its tone steady, unyielding, "bound to serve he who wears it. Speak thy command, and I obey." Aladdin's mind raced. Tarek's words, "This will keep you safe," clicking into place, a lie twisted into truth. He clutched the ring, his trembling easing as desperation took root. "Get me out of here," he said, his voice rising, firm despite the quiver. "Please, deliver me from this place." The genie's eyes flared, and before Aladdin could blink, the cavern spun, a rush of wind, a blur of stone, and he landed hard on the valley floor. The slab sealed shut beside him, the fire's embers cold in the dawn light. He lay there gasping, the dry earth rough beneath his palms, the sky above a pale gray streaked with gold. Freedom a shock he could hardly grasp. The valley stretched empty around him, Tarek's footprints long erased by the wind, and Aladdin pushed himself up, his legs shaky but alive. The lamp pressed against his chest, the fruit clinked in his pockets, and the ring gleamed on his finger, a trio of mysteries he'd carried from the dark. Dustwell called him home, miles across the dunes, and he stumbled forward, the sun climbing higher, his hunger a fire that drove him on. Hours blurred into a haze of heat and sand, his robe torn at the knees, until the town's mud brick walls rose before him, a sight that pulled a ragged laugh from his throat. Leon stood in the shack's doorway, her shawl slipping as she stared, her face pale with days of grief. Aladdin? She whispered, stepping forward, then ran, her arms wrapping tight around him, her tears soaking his robe. My boy, I thought you were gone, she sobbed, her hands clutching his shoulders, her voice breaking with relief. He hugged her back, the lamp a secret between them, and murmured, I'm here, Ma. I'm safe. She pulled him inside, the shack dim and bare, and sat him by the hearth, her hands trembling as she fetched a clay cup of water, the last from their jug. He drank, the coolness easing his parched throat, and spilled the tale. Tarek's lies, the valley, the cavern, the lamp, the fruit, the genie that freed him. Leon listened, her eyes wide, her fingers twisting the shawl as fear crept into her gaze. 3 days without food, she said when he finished, her voice soft with worry. And I've nothing left, not a scrap of bread, not a grain of rice. Aladdin's stomach growled, a hollow ache, but his eyes fell to the lamp, its tarnished brass peeking from his robe. I'll fix it, Ma, he said, standing with a wince. I'll sell this. It's old, but it might fetch something. Leon took it from him, her hands brushing its grime, and frowned. It's filthy, she said, grabbing a rag from the loom. No one will buy it like this. She rubbed its surface, the cloth scraping against the brass, and the air crackled, a low hum swelling into a roar as the shack trembled. Aladdin leapt back as a second genie burst forth, towering over them, its form a swirl of flame and shadow, its eyes black as coal. What wouldst thou have of me? It thundered, its voice shaking the walls. I am the slave of the lamp, ready to obey thy commands. Leon's rag fell, her hands flying to her mouth as she crumpled to the floor, her breath stolen by terror. Aladdin froze, his heart pounding. But the genie of the ring had braced him for this, a shadow of fear. Yes, but not the blind panic of before. He stepped forward, his voice bold, despite the quiver in his knees. I'm hungry, he said, lifting his chin. Bring me something to eat. Now, the genie's eyes flared, and it vanished in a puff of smoke, only to reappear an instant later, bearing a silver tray, 12 dishes heaped with roasted meats, steaming rice, spiced fruits, 6 loaves of white bread, 2 bottles of dark wine, and 2 gleaming cups. It set them on the table with a clatter and disappeared, the shack falling silent. Aladdin knelt by Leon, splashing water from the jug onto her face, her eyelids fluttering as she stirred. Ma, wake up, he urged, and she gasped, sitting up, her gaze darting to the feast. What? Where did this come from? She stammered, her hands trembling as she touched a loaf, its crust warm and real. Aladdin grinned, pulling her to her feet. The lamp, Ma. It's magic, like the ring. They've got genies, and they do what we say. He piled meat onto a dish, shoving it into her hands. Eat first, then I'll explain. They ate ravenously, silently, the flavors bursting against Aladdin's tongue, the wine rich and heady, the hunger of 3 days melting into fullness. Leon's fear eased with each bite, her eyes softening as she watched him, and when the table lay scattered with crumbs, he told her everything: the lamp's power, Tarek's trap, the genie's promise. "We're done with starving," he said, leaning back, his robe stained with juice. "This lamp, it's our way out." Leon's face tightened, worry creasing her brow. "Magic like this, it's dangerous, Aladdin," she said. "Sell it, get rid of it before it brings trouble." He shook his head, the lamp's weight a comfort now, not a burden. "No, Ma," he said, his voice firm. "This is ours. Mine. I'll keep it. And the ring, too. We'll use them right." She sighed, unconvinced, but let it drop, her hands folding the rag as the fire dwindled. Days later, Aladdin wandered Dustwell's streets, the lamp tucked safe in the shack, his pockets heavy with the garden's fruit. Ruby red, sapphire blue, emerald green, their brilliance dazzling in the sun. He thought them trinkets, pretty but worthless, until a trumpet's blare cut through the market's hum. A procession rolled past, guards in red silk, a palanquin draped in gold, and from its window peeked Princess Badrul Budur, her face framed by dark curls, her eyes like stars against the dawn. Aladdin stopped, his breath stolen, the fruit slipping in his grasp as love struck him, a fierce, sudden ache that rooted him to the spot. He ran home, bursting through the door where Leon sat at her loom. "Ma," he said, his voice trembling with resolve, "I saw the princess, Badrul Budur. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and I'm going to marry her." Leon's shuttle clattered to the floor, her laughter sharp and disbelieving. "Marry the Sultan's daughter? You? A weaver's boy?" she said, shaking her head. "Put that nonsense out of your mind." But Aladdin's eyes burned, his hand clutching a ruby fruit. "These aren't glass, Ma. I'll bet they're worth something. Take them to the Sultan. Tell him I want her hand. He'll see." Leon's laughter faded, her gaze falling to the gems, their glow catching the firelight. "He'll have my head," she whispered, but Aladdin's grin was unshakable. "Not when he sees these," he said, pressing them into her hands. "Go, Ma. For me." She sighed, fear and love warring in her chest, but nodded, wrapping the jewels in a cloth, her steps heavy as she set out for the palace, leaving Aladdin with the lamp and a dream too big for Dustwell's dust. The shack in Dustwell buzzed with a quiet tension as Leon prepared to face the Sultan, her hands trembling as she wrapped the garden's dazzling fruits, ruby red, sapphire blue, emerald green, in a worn napkin. Aladdin stood by, his dark eyes alight with a fire she'd never seen, the lamp tucked safe beneath a loose floorboard, its power a secret pulsing between them. "He'll see, Ma," he said, his voice steady despite the wildness of his dream. "Those jewels, they're worth a princess." Leon's lips pressed thin, fear gnawing at her, but his grin, reckless and sure, pulled her forward. She clutched the bundle to her chest, her shawl slipping as she stepped into the sun, the road to the Sultan's palace stretching long and daunting ahead. The palace loomed over Dustwell, its golden domes glinting against the midday sky, its walls carved with swirling vines that caught the light in a dance of wealth and power. Guards in red silk parted as Leon approached, their spears glinting, their eyes narrowing at her patched robe and dusty sandals. She knelt before the throne, her heart pounding, The Sultan's presence await, broad-shouldered, bearded, his turban studded with pearls, his gaze sharp with the boredom of rule. "Speak, woman," he said, his voice a low rumble, and Leon bowed lower, her words stumbling with apologies. "My son, Aladdin, he's mad with love for your daughter, Princess Badrul Budur," she said, her voice trembling. "He begs your mercy and offers this gift." She unfolded the napkin, the jewels tumbling onto the marble floor, their brilliance exploding in the hall, reds like fire, blues like the sea, greens like spring itself. Gasps rippled through the court, the Sultan rising from his throne, his eyes wide as he knelt to touch a sapphire the size of a quail's egg. "Where did he get these?" he demanded, his voice hushed with awe, and Leon shrank, her hands twisting. He found them, great lord," she stammered. "He's bold, my boy, and he seeks your daughter's hand." The Sultan laughed, a sharp bark that echoed, but his gaze lingered on the gems, a flicker of greed softening his scorn. "Bold indeed," he said, stroking his beard. "Tell your son he may have her, if he brings me 40 basins of gold, filled with jewels as fine as these, borne by 80 slaves. Go now, and let's see his medal." Leon returned, her face pale with the Sultan's demand, and Aladdin met her at the door, his grin faltering as she spoke. "40 basins, 80 slaves," she whispered, sinking onto a stool. "We're done for. He'll kill us both." But Aladdin's eyes sparked, his hand brushing the floorboard where the lamp hid. "He'll see more than that," he said, prying it loose and rubbing its tarnished surface. The air crackled, the shack trembling as the genie of the lamp erupted forth, its fiery form towering, its black eyes blazing. "What wouldst thou have of me?" it thundered, and Aladdin stood tall, his voice ringing clear. 40 basins of massive gold, filled with jewels as grand as these." He held up a ruby fruit, borne by 40 black slaves and 40 white. "Bring them now." The genie vanished in a swirl of smoke, the shack falling silent, and moments later, a rumble shook the earth. Leon gasped as the door swung wide, revealing a procession, 80 figures in silken robes, half in black, half in white, their arms straining under golden basins, brimming with gems that sparkled like captured stars. Aladdin led them to the palace, his robe tattered but his head high, and the Sultan, peering from his balcony, staggered at the sight, his court erupting in whispers. "Summon him," he barked, and guards fetched Aladdin, who arrived dusty but defiant, the genie's power, a secret gleaming in his eyes. The Sultan descended, his hands tracing a basin's edge, his voice soft with wonder. "Who are you, boy, to wield such wealth?" he asked, and Aladdin bowed, his grin bold. "Aladdin, son of Leon, who seeks your daughter's hand," he said. "I offer this, and more." The Sultan nodded, his greed outweighing doubt, and summoned Badrul Budur, her beauty a vision in gold and silk, her dark eyes meeting Aladdin's with a curiosity that quickened his pulse. "Marry her now," the Sultan said, but Aladdin raised a hand. "One night, great lord," he said. "Let me build a palace worthy of her." The Sultan agreed, amused, and Aladdin returned home, the lamp warm in his grasp. That night, he rubbed it again, the genie rising like a storm. "Build me a palace," Aladdin commanded, "gold and silver, encrusted with diamonds, rubies, emeralds, grander than any on earth, with gardens and stables across from the Sultan's own. Do it by dawn." The genie bowed, vanishing, And as the moon sank, Dustwell trembled. A palace rose, its walls shimmering, its towers piercing the sky, its gardens blooming with fountains and roses. The Sultan awoke to its splendor, his jaw dropping as he crossed the square. Badrul Budur at his side, her eyes wide with awe. "Marry him today," he declared, and the wedding unfolded, drums pounding, silks flowing, Aladdin in robes of white, Badrul Budur a vision beside him, their union sealed in a hall of gold. Weeks turned to months, the palace a haven of laughter and light. Aladdin shed his laziness, tending to Badrul Budur with a care he'd never shown, the lamp hidden by his bedside, its power a quiet promise. Leon moved in, her loom replaced by silken cushions, her pride in Aladdin a glow that softened her years. Dustwell whispered his name, Aladdin, the weaver's son turned prince, and he basked in it, his love for Badrul Budur, a fire that burned steady and true. But across the sands, in the shadowed markets of Africa, Tarek heard the tales. A boy from Dustwell, rich beyond kings, wed to a princess, and his gray eyes narrowed, a memory of the lamp sparking in his mind. He'd fled to Africa after trapping Aladdin, nursing his rage in exile, but the whispers drew him back. His greed a beast awakened. The lamp, his lamp, had slipped through his fingers, and now it fueled a fortune he'd meant to claim. He sailed to China, his cloak traded for rags, his sharp face hidden beneath a hood, and bought a dozen new lamps, shiny, cheap things, piling them into a sack. Disguised as a beggar, he waited until Aladdin rode out to hunt, the palace gleaming in the noon sun, then shuffled to its gates, his voice a croak as he cried, "New lamps for old, new lamps for old." Badrul Budur heard him from her balcony, her laughter bright as she leaned over, her dark curls spilling free. "What a strange old man," she said to her ladies, amused by his chant. "Let's test him. There's that ugly lamp by Aladdin's bed, always cluttering the room." She sent a slave to fetch it, the tarnished brass dull against the palace's gold, and called down, "Here, old man, give me a new one for this." Tarek's heart leapt, his hands trembling as he recognized it. The lamp, his prize, and he thrust a polished tin, one up, snatching the old one with a grin hidden beneath his hood. "A fine trade, princess," he croaked, bowing low, and hobbled away, his sack clinking as he vanished into Dustwell's streets. Alone in an alley, Tarek rubbed the lamp, its surface warm in his grasp, and the genie of the lamp roared forth, its fiery form towering over him. "What wouldst thou have of me?" it thundered, and Tarek's laugh was sharp, triumphant. "Take me, this palace, and the princess within to the farthest corner of Africa. Now." The genie's eyes flared, and the air split, a gust of wind, a crack of light, and the palace vanished from Dustwell, leaving a barren patch where it had stood, the Sultan's cries echoing as he ran from his own gates, his daughter gone. Aladdin returned from the hunt, his horse lathered, his bow slung across his back, and stopped short, the empty space a punch to his gut. Dust swirled where the palace had been. Badrul Budur's laughter silenced, and he dismounted, his legs buckling as he sank to the ground. The Sultan stormed out, his face twisted with grief and fury, his guards seizing Aladdin by the arms. "Where is she?" he roared, his voice breaking. "What have you done with my daughter?" Aladdin shook his head, his throat tight with anguish. "I don't know. I swear it," he cried. But the Sultan's eyes blazed. "Find her he snarled, or in 40 days your head rolls. Leave my court, now. The guards shoved him away, the crowd parting as Aladdin stumbled into Dustwell, his robe torn, his world shattered. Leon ran to him, her hands clutching his, her tears falling as he whispered, "It's Tarek. He took the lamp. He's taken everything." The ring gleamed on his finger, a faint hope in the dark, and he straightened, his jaw set with a resolve born of loss. He'd find her or die trying. The streets of Dustwell stretched empty before Aladdin as he stumbled away from the Sultan's palace, the weight of 40 days, a death sentence if he failed, pressing against his chest like a stone. The sun sank low, casting long shadows across the dust. The space where his golden palace once stood, now a barren scar, mocking him with its silence. Badrul Buder's face, her dark curls, her starlit eyes, haunted him, a vision stolen by Tarek's treachery, and the lamp's loss burned deeper than the Sultan's threat. His blue robe hung tattered, its silver threads frayed, and his hands clenched into fists. The bronze ring on his finger, a faint gleam in the dusk. Leon followed close, her shawl slipping as she clutched his arm, her voice trembling with fear. "What do we do, Aladdin?" she whispered. "He's taken everything. Your wife, your home. How do we fight this?" Aladdin stopped, turning to her, his dark eyes hollow, but hardening with a resolve he'd never known. "I'll find her, Ma," he said, his voice low, steady despite the ache in his throat. "Tarek thinks he's won, but he doesn't know me. Not anymore." He lifted his hand, the ring catching the last light, its runes a lifeline he'd forgotten in the lamp's shadow. "This saved me once," he said, tracing its edge. "It'll save her too." Leon's tears fell, her hands gripping his, but she nodded, stepping back as he squared his shoulders. The boy who'd shirked work, now a man forged by loss. He wandered into the dunes beyond Dustwell, the night closing in, stars pricking the sky as the wind howled across the sand. His legs shook, exhaustion tugging at him, but despair drove him deeper, away from the town, away from the Sultan's wrath, into the wild where answers might hide. He sank to his knees, the sand cool beneath him, and rubbed the ring, its metal warm against his skin. A low hum rose, the air shimmering, and the genie of the ring erupted forth, a giant wreathed in smoke, its amber eyes blazing, its voice a rumble that stirred the dunes. "What wouldst thou have of me?" it boomed, and Aladdin stood, his breath steadying as he faced it. "Take me to my palace," he said, his tone sharp with command. "Wherever Tarek's hidden it, find Badrul Budur." The genie's eyes narrowed, smoke curling from its form. "The lamp's slave holds them," it said, its voice heavy. "I cannot reclaim what it guards. Only the lamp can undo its work. But I can take thee there." Aladdin nodded, his jaw tight. "Then do it. Now." The air split, a rush of wind, a whirl of sand, and he landed hard on a rocky plain, the night sky above vast and unfamiliar, the palace gleaming in the distance, its golden walls a beacon against the African desert's dark expanse. He crept closer, the sand shifting beneath his boots, the palace's gardens silent, but for the rustle of palm fronds in the breeze. Its towers loomed, diamonds and rubies glinting in the moonlight, a fortress stolen from Dustwell by Tarek's greed. Aladdin's heart pounded, Badrul Budur's absence, a knife in his chest, and he slipped through a servant's gate, the shadows cloaking him as he moved. A window glowed high above, and he climbed, his hands finding holes in the carved stone, his robe snagging as he hauled himself onto a balcony. There she stood, Badrul Budur, her silhouette framed against the glass, her hands pressed to it, her face streaked with tears. Aladdin, she gasped, turning as he stepped inside, her voice breaking with joy. She ran to him, her arms wrapping tight, her dark curls brushing his cheek as she clung to him, trembling. I thought I'd lost you, she whispered, pulling back to meet his eyes, guilt shadowing her beauty. It's my fault. I traded the lamp to an old man, thinking it worthless. He took everything. I'm so sorry. Aladdin cupped her face, his thumbs brushing her tears, his love a steady flame against the storm. It's Tarek, he said, his voice firm. He tricked you. He tricked us both. But I'm here now, and we're getting it back. Her eyes widened, a spark of resolve igniting within them. He's in the hall below, she said, her tone sharpening. He keeps the lamp close, brags about its power. We can't fight him alone. Aladdin grinned, a flicker of the reckless boy he'd been, and rubbed the ring. The genie of the ring rose, its smoky form filling the room, and Badrul Budur stepped back, her hand clutching his. Bring me a sleeping powder, Aladdin commanded, strong enough to fell a man in moments. The genie vanished, returning with a vial of white dust, its grains glinting like frost, and Aladdin pressed it into her hands. Invite him to supper, he said, his plan unfolding. Slip this into his wine. I'll hide and take the lamp when he falls. She nodded, her jaw set, and Aladdin slipped behind a heavy curtain, its silk brushing his shoulders as he crouched, his breath shallow with anticipation. Badrul Budur sent a slave to fetch Tarek, her voice steady as she called for a meal. Roast lamb, spiced rice, a jug of dark wine. The hall filled with the clatter of silver, the scent of food masking the tension. And Tarek entered, his black cloak traded for a robe of crimson, the lamp tucked into his sash, his gray eyes glinting with triumph. A supper, princess, he said, his smile sharp as he sat across from her. You've warmed to your new home, I see. Badrul Budur matched his smile, her hand steady as she poured the wine, the powder vanishing into its depths with a flick of her wrist. A guest deserves hospitality, she said, lifting her own cup, her voice smooth as silk. To your victory, Tarek laughed, raising his glass, and drank deep, the liquid staining his lips as he savored it. They ate, her words weaving a web of flattery, and Aladdin watched through the curtain seam, his pulse racing as Tarek's eyelids drooped, his head nodding mid-sentence. The cup slipped from his hand, clattering to the floor, and he slumped forward, his snores a low rasp against the hall's silence. Aladdin sprang out, his hands deft as he snatched the lamp from Tarek's sash, its brass warm in his grip. He rubbed it, the air crackling as the genie of the lamp roared forth, its fiery form towering, its black eyes fixed on him. What wouldst thou have of me? It thundered, and Aladdin pointed to Tarek, his voice a blade. Throw him out, far from here, where he'll never return. The genie seized Tarek, the man's limp form dangling like a rag, and vanished in a gust, hurling him into the desert's depths. Now, Aladdin said, turning to Badrul Budur, her hand in his, take us back, palace, princess, all to Dustwell, where we belong. The air split again, a whirl of light and wind, and the palace landed with a shudder, its golden walls rising once more across from the Sultan's own. Dawn broke As Dustwell awoke, the Sultan rushing out, his guards trailing, his face alight with joy, as Badrul Budur stepped forth, Aladdin at her side. "Father," she cried, embracing him, and the Sultan's tears fell, his voice booming across the square. "My daughter, safe." He turned to Aladdin, clapping his shoulder, his anger forgotten. "You've done it, boy. Name your reward." Aladdin grinned, squeezing Badrul Budur's hand. "I've got all I need," he said, "but let's celebrate." The city erupted. 10 days of drums and trumpets, lanterns lighting the streets, feasts spilling from every door. Dustwell rang with song, the palace's gardens blooming, as Aladdin and Badrul Budur stood together, their love a bond forged in trial. Leon watched from the crowd, her pride a quiet glow, her shack now a memory, as she lived in the palace's warmth. Tarek vanished into the sands, his fate a whisper lost to the wind, and the lamp stayed close, its power a tool Aladdin wielded with care. No longer a lazy boy, but a man who'd learned its cost. Years passed, the Sultan's reign ending with his gentle death, and Aladdin ascended the throne, Badrul Budur at his side. Their rule was just, their palace a beacon of prosperity, their children dark-eyed and bright, filling its halls with laughter. The ring and lamp rested in a vault, guarded but unforgotten, symbols of a journey from dust to gold. Dustwell thrived under their care, its streets alive with trade and song, and Aladdin's name became a tale of a boy who'd risen from nothing, faced betrayal, and won not just riches, but a lasting happiness that echoed beyond the dunes. Story: Jack and the Beanstalk. The village of Clearbrook, nestled against a winding stream, its waters glinting like a vein of liquid crystal under the pale autumn sun. The cottages, patched together with timber and stone, huddled along the bank, their thatched roofs sagging under the weight of time and weather. Beyond them stretched fields of fading wheat, their golden heads bowing to the chill that crept in with the shortening days. Winter loomed on the horizon, a shadow promising hunger to a place already worn thin by lean seasons. At the edge of the village stood a house smaller than most, its walls weathered gray, its single window staring out like a tired eye. Here lived Jack, a boy of 15, and his widowed mother, Mara, their lives tethered to the fragile thread of a dwindling harvest. Jack was a dreamer, his head full of clouds and tales spun from the wind. His hair hung shaggy and brown over a freckled face, his hazel eyes bright with a restless spark that rarely matched his actions. Work was a stranger to him. He'd rather sprawl by the stream, skipping stones across its surface, than lift a hoe or mend a fence. Mara bore the burden alone, her hands roughened by years of toil, her dark hair threaded with silver from worry more than age. She'd been a beauty once, the village said, before her husband vanished into the wilds beyond the hills, leaving her with a newborn Jack and a cow named Clover as their only legacy. That cow, now old and bony, was their last shield against starvation, her milk long dried up, but her worth still measurable in coin. The morning frost glittered on the grass as Mara stood in the doorway, her shawl pulled tight against the cold. Jack slouched by the hearth inside, poking at the dying embers with a stick, his mind drifting to the knights and dragons of the stories he'd heard from traveling peddlers. The fire sputtered, barely warming the small room. its walls lined with shelves, holding little more than a cracked jug and a few withered potatoes. Mara's voice cut through his reverie, sharp with an edge of exhaustion. Jack, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Get up. We're out of food, and the cow's all we've got left. Take her to market and sell her. Get a good price, mind you. We need grain, salt, something to last us through winter. Jack groaned, tossing the stick into the fire, where it sparked and hissed. Market's miles away, Ma, he said, stretching his lanky frame as he stood. Can't we just... No, she snapped, her eyes flashing. No more excuses. Clover's too old to keep, and I won't watch us starve, because you'd rather daydream than do what's needed. Go now. Her voice softened, just a fraction, as she stepped closer, resting a hand on his shoulder. Please, Jack, for me. He met her gaze, those brown eyes, worn but fierce, and felt a pang of guilt twist in his gut. He nodded, mumbling a reluctant, all right, and shuffled out to the lean-to, where Clover waited, her ribs stark beneath a patchy coat. The stream gurgled beside the path as Jack led the cow away. Her rope looped loosely around his wrist. The air bit at his cheeks, the sky a flat gray that promised snow before long. He kicked a pebble down the dirt road, watching it skitter into the grass, his breath puffing in little clouds. The market lay half a day's walk ahead, through fields and over a low ridge, a journey he'd made only once before, with Mara nagging at his heels. Now, alone with Clover's slow plodding, the distance felt endless, the weight of his mother's trust heavier than the rope in his hand. He muttered to himself, half-formed complaints about cold and chores, his mind already wandering to the tales he'd spin when he got back. Maybe a grand adventure about a boy who tamed a river beast. The road curved past a copse of bare trees, their branches clawing at the sky, when a figure stepped into view. A man, lean and wiry, draped in a tattered cloak that fluttered like a moth's wings. His face was sharp, weathered by sun and wind, with a scruff of gray beard framing a crooked smile. His eyes, bright as chips of flint, locked on Jack, and he raised a hand in greeting. Morning, lad, he called, his voice smooth and warm, cutting through the chill. Fine beast you've got there. Heading to market, are you? Jack slowed, Clover tugging at the rope as she nosed the grass. Yeah, he said, eyeing the stranger warily. Gonna sell her. Need the coin. The man stepped closer, his cloak parting to reveal a leather pouch slung at his hip, bulging with something that clinked faintly. A long trek for a boy and an old cow, he said, circling Clover with an appraising look. Hot work, too, with the sun climbing. Tell you what, I'll save you the trouble. I've got something better than coin. He dipped a hand into the pouch and pulled out a fistful of beans, small, gleaming things, each one a burst of color against his grimy palm. Green like emeralds, red like rubies, gold like the sun at noon. They shimmered in the light, catching Jack's eye with a pull he couldn't explain. Magic beans, the man said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Plant 'em, and they'll bring you fortune beyond your dreams. No need to slog to market. Trade me the cow, and you're done. Jack stared, his mouth parting slightly. The beans were beautiful, more than beautiful, alive, almost, their hues shifting as the man tilted his hand. His mind raced. Magic? Fortune? He pictured Mara's face lighting up, the cottage warm with food and fire, all without the dusty miles ahead. They're really magic? He asked, his voice tinged with awe. The man grinned, teeth flashing. Swear it on my life, lad. One night, and you'll see. What's the count of that? Clover lowed softly, oblivious, and Jack hesitated, Mara's warning flickering in his thoughts. Get a good price. But the beans dazzled him, and the road stretched on, daunting and dull. All right, he said, the word slipping out before he could stop it. Deal. He handed over the rope, the man's grip firm as he took it, and in exchange, Jack's hands closed around the beans, their cool weight settling into his palms. The stranger tipped his head, a glint in his eye, and turned away, Clover trailing behind him as he vanished around the bend. Jack stood there, alone on the road, the beans gleaming in his grasp, a thrill bubbling in his chest. He'd done it. Something grand, something bold. No market, no haggling, just magic to bring home. The walk back was lighter, his steps quick despite the cold creeping in. The village came into view as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the stream. Jack burst through the cottage door, his face flushed, and held out the beans like a prize. Ma, look, he cried, spilling them onto the table. I traded Clover. Magic beans. They'll make us rich. Mara turned from the hearth, a wooden spoon in her hand, her expression shifting from hope to confusion to fury as she stared at the colorful pile. Beans? She whispered, her voice trembling. You traded our last hope for beans? Her spoon clattered to the floor, and she swept the beans with a shaking hand, her eyes blazing. You lazy, useless boy. We'll starve because of you. Tears streaked her face as she snatched the beans and hurled them out the window, the colors scattering into the dusk. Get out of my sight, she shouted, her voice breaking, and Jack stumbled back, stunned, as she sank onto a stool, burying her face in her hands. The cottage fell silent, save for Mara's muffled sobs and the crackle of the fire. Jack stood by the door, his triumph crumbling into shame, the beans' gleam now a taunt in his memory. He slipped outside, the night air biting at his skin, and slumped against the wall, staring at the patch of earth where the beans had fallen. The stream murmured nearby, a steady song against the weight in his chest. He'd meant to help, to bring something miraculous, but all he'd done was break his mother's heart. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying a faint whisper he didn't catch, and he closed his eyes, the cold seeping into his bones. Sleep came hard that night, his narrow bed creaking under restless turns. Dreams of gold and glory twisted into nightmares of empty plates and Mara's tears. When dawn broke, pale and thin, Jack stirred, his breath fogging in the chill. He dragged himself to the window, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and froze. There, where the beans had landed, stood a marvel, a towering stalk, its green flesh thick and shimmering, its leaves broad and glistening, stretching up through the mist to pierce the sky. Roots burrowed deep into the soil, branches spiraling like a ladder to the heavens. Jack's heart leapt, wonder chasing away the night's guilt. Magic, real magic. He grabbed his coat, his pulse racing, and stepped outside, the giant beanstalk beckoning him into the unknown. The beanstalk towered over the village of Clearbrook like a green giant, its thick trunk shimmering with dew in the pale morning light. Its roots gripped the earth beside the cottage, cracking the soil where Mara had flung the colored beans in her fury, and its branches spiraled upward, piercing the low-hanging clouds until they vanished from sight. Jack stood at its base, his breath puffing in the frosty air, his hazel eyes wide with a mix of awe and trepidation. The stalk pulsed faintly, as if alive, its leaves rustling in a breeze he couldn't feel, a sound like whispers calling him upward. Inside, Mara still slept, her exhaustion from the night's despair keeping her unaware of the marvel outside. Jack hadn't woken her. Shame and excitement warred in his chest, and he needed to see this through alone. He tugged his worn coat tighter, the patched wool barely shielding him from the chill, and ran a hand along the beanstalk's smooth, emerald surface. It was warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the cold ground, and sturdy as any oak, its branches curling like rungs on a ladder built for giants. Jack's heart thudded, the weight of his mistake, the trade of clover for beans, still heavy, but this towering wonder offered a chance to make it right. Maybe the stranger hadn't lied. Maybe these beans were magic, and up there, beyond the clouds, lay the fortune he'd promised Mara. He glanced back at the cottage, its sagging roof a silent plea, and set his jaw. "I'll fix this," he muttered, gripping the lowest branch. "For her." The climb began with a tentative step, his boot finding purchase on a thick, glossy leaf that held his weight without a creak. He pulled himself up, hand over hand, the beanstalk swaying gently as he ascended. The village shrank below, cottages blurring into specks, the stream a silver thread winding through the fields, until mist swallowed it whole, cloaking Clearbrook in a soft gray veil. Jack's arms ached, his breath coming in sharp bursts, but he pressed on, the air growing thinner, colder, the world around him fading into a sea of white. The leaves brushed his face, damp and cool, their edges glinting with a strange, inner light that guided him through the fog. Hours passed, or so it seemed, time stretching thin in the endless climb. His hands blistered, his legs trembled, but curiosity burned brighter than fatigue. The wind picked up, tugging at his coat, and carried a faint hum, a melody he couldn't place, threading through the rustle of the leaves. At last, the clouds parted, and Jack hauled himself onto a broad branch, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. Above him, the beanstalk stretched on, its tip lost in a shimmering haze. But beneath his feet lay something new, a land, vast and strange, unfolding like a dream. He stood on a plateau of rolling green, its grass soft as velvet, dotted with flowers that glowed faintly, reds and blues pulsing like embers. The sky above was a deep, endless blue, streaked with wisps of gold, and the air thrummed with a quiet energy, alive in a way Clearbrook never was. In the distance, a castle loomed, its stone walls rising sharp and gray against the horizon, its towers jagged like the teeth of some ancient beast. Smoke curled from its chimneys, faint and black, and a low rumble echoed from its depths, stirring the ground beneath Jack's boots. His pulse quickened, a thrill chasing away the ache in his limbs. This was no ordinary place. This was adventure, the kind he'd dreamed of by the stream. Jack slid down the stalk's final curve, landing on the soft turf with a stumble, his coat snagging on a thorn he hadn't noticed. He straightened, brushing dirt from his knees, and took a step forward, the castle drawing him like a lodestone. The air smelled of earth and something sweeter, a scent he couldn't name, and the hum grew louder, vibrating through his bones. He'd gone only a dozen paces when a shimmer caught his eye, a flicker of light darting among the flowers, small and swift as a firefly. It hovered before him, growing brighter until it took shape. A fairy, no taller than his hand, her wings gossamer thin, her hair a cascade of silver that glowed like starlight. "Jack of Clearbrook," she said, her voice a chime that cut through the hum, sharp and clear. He froze, his mouth parting, as she floated closer, her tiny eyes, black and piercing, locking on his. "You've climbed the sky bean," she continued, her wings buzzing softly. "Do you know what lies ahead?" Jack shook his head, words tangling in his throat. She tilted her head, a faint smile curling her lips. "That castle belongs to a giant, a wicked ogre who feasts on flesh and hoards treasures stolen from the innocent. He killed your father, Jack, years ago, when you were too small to remember, took his life and everything he owned, left your mother to fend alone." Jack's breath hitched, a cold shock rippling through him. His father, a vague shadow in his mind, a man Mara never spoke of, lost to the wilds beyond the hills. "Killed him?" he whispered, his voice cracking. The fairy nodded, her glow dimming briefly. "Aye, and many more. That ogre's greed knows no bounds, his cruelty no end. It's your duty, boy, to face him, to take back what he's stolen, to end his reign if you can. The beanstalk brought you here for a reason." Jack's hands clenched into fists, the fairy's words sinking deep, stirring a fire he hadn't known he carried. His father, gone, not lost to chance but taken, murdered by the monster, in that castle. He thought of Mara, her weary hands, her tear-streaked face when he'd brought home beans instead of coin. This wasn't just adventure anymore. It was a chance to right a wrong, to give her more than survival. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice steadier now, though his heart raced. The fairy's wings fluttered, her light flaring bright. "Go to the castle," she said. "Seek his treasures. They're not his by right, but spoils of his crimes. Take what you can carry. It's yours to claim. Gold, wonders, whatever you find. But beware, Jack. He's cunning, and his hunger's fierce. If he catches you, there'll be no mercy." She paused, her gaze softening. "You've got courage in you, buried under that lazy streak. Use it." With a final shimmer, she darted away, vanishing into the flowers, leaving Jack alone with the hum and the castle's distant shadow. He stood there, the turf soft beneath his boots, the weight of her words settling into his bones. Courage. He'd never thought he had it. Not the kind knights carried in tales, but the beanstalk had grown from his mistake, led him here, and now a purpose burned where guilt had been. He adjusted his coat, its hem frayed from the climb, and started toward the castle, his steps firm despite the tremor in his legs. The landscape stretched wide around him, hills of glowing moss, streams that sparkled like glass, but his eyes stayed fixed on the gray walls ahead, the smoke rising thicker now, a beacon and a warning. The sun, or whatever lit this strange sky, dipped lower as he walked, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. The castle grew larger, its details sharpening. Iron gates rusted at the hinges, windows dark and hollow, a moat choked with weeds. The hum deepened into a rumble, a sound like thunder trapped beneath stone, and Jack's stomach knotted, hunger gnawing at him after the climb. He hadn't eaten since the night before, his last bite a scrap of stale bread, and the thought of food, of asking for a meal, pushed him closer. The fairy's words echoed, "Take what you can carry." But first, he needed strength. The gates loomed before him, towering twice his height, their bars twisted into shapes that might have once been grand. Beyond them, a courtyard stretched, its stones cracked and mossy, leading to a massive wooden door studded with iron. Jack's throat tightened, the enormity of the place pressing down on him, but he squared his shoulders, the memory of Mara's tears stealing his resolve. He slipped through a gap in the gates, his coat catching briefly, and crossed the courtyard, the rumble louder now, vibrating through his boots. The door stood ajar, a sliver of darkness within, and he raised a fist, hesitating only a moment before knocking. 3 sharp raps that echoed like stones dropping into a well. The door creaked open, revealing a woman, tall and broad, her hair a wild tangle of gray, her face lined with years and worry. She wore a patched apron, her hands clutching its hem, and her eyes widened at the sight of Jack, a flicker of fear crossing them. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice low and rough, glancing over her shoulder into the gloom. Jack swallowed, forcing a smile. "Just a traveler," he said, his tone light despite the ache in his limbs. "I've come a long way, ma'am. Could I trouble you for some food and a place to rest?" Her lips thinned, her gaze darting back to him. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, stepping closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. "My husband, he's not kind to strangers. He'd—" She stopped, her hands twisting the apron, but Jack pressed on, his stomach growling loud enough to betray him. "Please," he said, letting the weariness show. "I won't stay long." She studied him, her expression softening at his dusty coat and hollow cheeks, and sighed, a sound heavy with resignation. "All right," she muttered, "but you'll regret it if he finds you. Come quick." She ushered him inside, the door groaning shut behind them, and Jack stepped into a world of shadow and stone, the fairy's warning ringing in his ears, his heart pounding with the thrill of what lay ahead. The castle door thudded shut behind Jack, sealing him in a world of cold stone and flickering shadows. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of smoke and something sharper, iron maybe, or the tang of old meat. The woman who'd let him in, the ogre's wife, moved quickly, her broad frame casting a long silhouette against the rough-hewn walls as she gestured him forward. "Hurry," she whispered, her voice taut with urgency, her gray hair spilling from a loose bun like threads of storm cloud. "If he catches you, there's no saving you." Jack nodded, his boots scuffing the flagstones, his heart hammering as he followed her deeper into the gloom. The hallway stretched ahead, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls studded with rusted sconces that held no torches. The rumble he'd felt outside was louder here, a low growl that seemed to rise from the stone itself, vibrating through his soles. The woman led him to a cavernous kitchen, its hearth roaring with a fire that licked at a blackened pot, the flames casting a dance of orange light across a long wooden table. Shelves lined the walls, laden with clay jars and bundles of dried herbs, but the air carried a weight beyond cooking, a hint of something sour, something Jack couldn't name, but instinctively shrank from. She pointed to a stool by the table. Sit, she said, already turning to a loaf of dark bread on the counter. Eat fast, and then you're gone. Jack sank onto the stool, his legs trembling from the climb, his stomach growling loud enough to echo in the vast room. The woman sliced the bread with a heavy knife, her hands swift despite their tremble, and slid a thick chunk toward him, paired with a clay cup of water. He tore into it, the crust tough, but the inside soft, its warmth a balm against the cold that had seeped into his bones. The water was cool, tasting faintly of stone, and he gulped it down, crumbs sticking to his lips as he glanced at her. Thank you, ma'am, he said between bites, his voice muffled. I didn't catch your name. She paused, her knife hovering over a wedge of cheese, her eyes flicking to him with a mix of pity and fear. Elda, she said at last, her tone clipped. And you're a fool to be here, boy. My husband, he's not human. Not anymore. He's an ogre, a beast who lives for flesh and gold. If he smells you... Her words trailed off, her gaze darting to the doorway, and Jack's bread lodged in his throat, the fairy's warning flashing in his mind. He killed your father. He swallowed hard, forcing a nod. I'll be quick, he said, though the thrill of danger sparked beneath his fear, a flicker of the adventure he'd craved. Elda turned back to her work, slicing cheese with a sharpness that betrayed her nerves, when a sound shattered the quiet, a heavy thud, like a boulder striking the earth, followed by another and another. The floor quaked, the table rattling, and Jack's cup tipped, spilling water across the wood. Elda froze, her face draining of color, her knife clattering to the counter. He's home, she hissed, spinning toward Jack. Hide. Now. Before he could protest, she grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong, and yanked him toward the hearth. An old iron oven sat beside it, its door ajar, its interior dark and cramped. In there, she snapped, shoving him forward. Don't make a sound. Jack scrambled inside, his knees scraping the rough stone, the heat from the fire licking at his back as he squeezed into the tight space. Elda slammed the oven door, the clang muffled by the growing rumble of footsteps, and he peered through a narrow crack, his breath shallow, his pulse a drumbeat in his ears. The kitchen door burst open, and a figure stormed in, a giant of a creature, towering twice Elda's height, his gray skin mottled like storm clouds, his eyes glowing red beneath a tangle of coarse black hair. His hands, massive and clawed, gripped a club studded with iron spikes, dragging it behind him with a screech that set Jack's teeth on edge. The ogre's voice boomed, a thunderclap that shook the walls. Wife, I smell fresh meat. Jack's stomach lurched, his hands clamping over his mouth to stifle a gasp. Elda stepped forward, her voice trembling but steady. It's just the stew, love, she said, gesturing to the pot. The folk in the dungeon, you've got them simmering down below. The ogre sniffed, his nostrils flaring, and lumbered to the table, his club thudding to the floor. Better be, he growled, dropping into a chair that groaned under his weight. I'm famished after the hunt. Jack watched, his eyes wide through the crack, as Elda hurried to serve him. A slab of meat, charred and dripping, a jug of dark ale that sloshed as he drank, gulping it down with a roar of satisfaction. The ogre ate with relish, his jaws snapping bones like twigs, his red eyes glinting in the firelight. Jack's legs cramped in the oven's confines, the heat pressing against his back, but he didn't dare move, barely breathed as the giant devoured his meal. When the last scrap was gone, the ogre leaned back, wiping his mouth with a massive hand, and bellowed, "Bring me my money bags, woman." Elda nodded, her face tight, and disappeared into a side room, returning with 2 leather sacks, their sides bulging, their drawstrings straining. She set them before him, and the ogre tore them open, spilling a cascade of gold and silver coins across the table. Thousands of pieces, glinting like stars in the dim light. Jack's breath caught, his eyes widening at the sight. The coins clinked as the ogre ran his claws through them, chuckling, a low guttural sound that sent a shiver down Jack's spine. "Look at it, wife," he rumbled, holding up a fistful of gold, "taken from fools who crossed my path, merchants, farmers, knights, all mine now." He laughed again, louder, and Jack's mind raced. This was the treasure the fairy had spoken of. Stolen wealth, his father's among it, perhaps. He thought of Mara, her weary hands, the empty shelves at home, and a fire sparked in his chest. Not just fear now, but want, a fierce need to take something back. The ogre's counting slowed, his head nodding as the ale took hold, his snores beginning to rumble, a sound like wind howling through a cave, deep and steady. Elda stood by, her hands clasped, her eyes darting to the oven, a silent plea for Jack to stay hidden. The snores grew louder, the ogre's massive frame slumping in the chair, coins slipping from his grasp to clatter on the floor. Jack waited, counting the breaths, 1, 2, 10, until the giant's chest rose and fell in a rhythm he couldn't ignore. This was his chance. He eased the oven door open, wincing as it creaked, but the ogre's snores drowned the sound. Elda turned, her eyes widening in panic, but Jack raised a hand, signaling her to stay quiet. He crawled out, his muscles screaming from the cramped space, and crept toward the table, his boots silent on the stone. The money bags lay there, half open, their contents spilling like a river of light. He hesitated, his heart pounding, the fairy's words echoing, "Take what you can carry." This wasn't theft, he told himself. It was justice, a piece of what the ogre had stolen, what belonged to his family, to Mara. He grabbed the smaller bag, its leather worn but heavy, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, the coins shifting with a faint jingle. Elda shook her head, mouthing, "No," but Jack flashed a grin, reckless, bold, the grin of a boy tasting adventure for the first time. He edged toward the door, each step a prayer, the ogre's snores a shield against discovery. The kitchen faded behind him as he slipped into the hallway, the bag's weight pulling at his frame. But he didn't falter. The courtyard stretched ahead, the gates still ajar, and he broke into a run, the cool air hitting his face like a slap. The beanstalk waited beyond, its green bulk a lifeline in the strange land. Jack reached it, his hands finding the familiar rungs, and began his descent, the bag bouncing against his back, coins clinking faintly with each move. The clouds swallowed him again, the castle vanishing above, and he climbed down, down through mist, through wind, through the ache in his arms, until his boots hit the familiar earth of Clearbrook, the village stirring awake below. Mara stood in the doorway, her face pale with worry from a night without him, her eyes narrowing as he stumbled toward her, the bag thudding to the ground. "Jack," she whispered, stepping forward, then froze as he spilled the coins, gold and silver tumbling across the floor, a fortune beyond their dreams. Where? How? She stammered, her hands trembling as she knelt, touching the wealth as if it might vanish. Jack grinned, breathless, triumphant. I told you, Ma. The beans were magic. This is just the start. Her tears came then, not of despair, but of joy, and she pulled him close, her voice breaking. You foolish, brave boy. The cottage glowed with the promise of comfort, but Jack's eyes drifted back to the beanstalk, its tip lost in the clouds, a hunger stirring within him for more treasure, for the ogre's end, for the father he'd never known. The village of Clearbrook hummed with a quiet prosperity in the weeks that followed Jack's return. The gold and silver from the ogre's money bags had transformed the cottage, its sagging roof now patched with fresh thatch, its shelves stocked with sacks of grain, jars of honey, and wheels of cheese. Mara moved through her days with a lighter step, her hands weaving at the loom once more, her dark eyes bright with a hope Jack hadn't seen since he was small. The coins bought more than food and warmth. They bought time, a buffer against the winter's bite, and for the first time in years, laughter echoed through their home. Jack basked in it, his chest swelling with pride each time Mara smiled. The weight of his earlier mistake, the trade of clover for beans, lifted by the treasure he'd brought back. But the fortune, vast as it seemed, wasn't endless. The coins dwindled with each trip to the market, each repair to the cottage, and Jack felt the shift, a restlessness creeping into his bones, a pull toward the beanstalk that loomed outside, its green spire piercing the sky like a promise unfulfilled. The fairy's words haunted him. Take back what he's stolen, end his reign if you can. And the memory of the ogre's rumbling laugh, his clawed hands counting gold that wasn't his, stoked a fire in Jack's gut. He'd taken one treasure, yes, but there was more up there, more to claim, more to prove. His father's death, a shadow he'd never known, gnawed at him, whispering of a duty unfinished. One crisp morning, as frost glittered on the stream and the sun hung low, Jack made up his mind. Mara was at the loom, her fingers threading wool into a blanket, humming a tune from her youth. He watched her for a moment, the warmth of the hearth painting her silver-streaked hair in gold, then slipped to the chest in the corner. He swapped his patched coat for an older one, brown and faded, its hood larger to shadow his face, hoping it might disguise him from the ogre's wife. The money bags had bought them months, but Jack wanted years, a life where Mara never worried again. He grabbed a small sack for whatever he might find, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped outside without a word. The beanstalk's call too strong to resist. The climb was easier this time, his hands finding the rungs with a rhythm born of memory. His muscles hardened from the first ascent. The mist swallowed clear brook below, the village fading into a blur of gray, and Jack pushed upward, the cold biting at his fingertips, the hum of the strange land growing louder with each branch. His breath puffed in clouds, his heart pounding, not just from effort, but from a thrill that bordered on hunger, adventure, justice, the chance to outwit the monster who'd taken so much. The clouds parted at last, and he hauled himself onto the familiar plateau, the glowing grass soft beneath his boots, the castle's jagged silhouette stark against the deep blue sky. Jack adjusted his hood, pulling it low, and started across the rolling green, the flowers pulsing faintly at his feet. The air thrummed with that same eerie energy, the castle's smoke curling thicker now, a black thread against the gold-streaked heavens. His legs ached, his stomach growled, hours of climbing on nothing but a scrap of bread. But he pressed on, the fairies' warning, a steady drumbeat in his mind. The gates loomed ahead, rusted and twisted, and he slipped through, the courtyard stretching before him, its stones whispering of secrets and blood. The massive door stood ajar, just as before, and he knocked. 3 sharp raps, his knuckles stinging from the cold wood. Elda opened it, her gray hair wilder now, her face etched with deeper lines. She squinted at him, her eyes narrowing with recognition, despite the hood. "You," she hissed, her voice sharp with accusation. "The boy from before. I'd know those boots anywhere. You took his money and ran, left me to face his rage." Jack's stomach sank, but he forced a sheepish grin, lifting his hands in peace. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said, his tone soft, pleading. "I was half dead last time. Hungry. Worn out. You saved me, and I panicked. I just need a bite, a rest. I swear I won't take anything this time." Her lips thinned, doubt flickering in her gaze. But his hollow cheeks and trembling hands softened her resolve. "You're a fool twice over," she muttered, stepping aside. "One meal, then you're gone. If he catches you, I'll say you snuck in. I won't hang for your recklessness." Jack nodded, relief washing through him, and followed her into the kitchen. The fire's warmth, a stark contrast to the chill outside. She set a plate before him, bread, a slab of smoked meat, a cup of water, and he ate quickly, the food steadying his nerves. As the rumble of the castle grew louder, the thudding came sooner this time, heavy footsteps shaking the floor, the table rattling as Jack shoveled the last bite into his mouth. Elda's face paled, her hands snatching the plate as she hissed, "Hide!" She yanked open a narrow closet by the hearth, its shelves bare save for a sack of onions, and shoved him inside, the door slamming shut just as the kitchen door burst open. Jack pressed himself against the wall, the onion's sharp scent stinging his nose, his breath shallow as he peered through a crack in the wood. The ogre stormed in, his gray bulk filling the room, his red eyes glinting, his club dragging with a screech that set Jack's teeth on edge. "Wife!" he roared, sniffing the air. "I smell fresh meat." Elda stood firm, her voice trembling, but clear. "Just crows on the roof, love," she said, gesturing vaguely upward. "They've brought carrion for their nests." The ogre growled, his nostrils flaring, but he lumbered to the table, dropping into his chair with a groan that shook the walls. "Supper, then," he barked, and Elda served him. Meat, bread, ale. Her hands steady, despite the fear in her eyes. Jack watched, his pulse racing as the ogre ate, his jaws snapping, his growls softening with each swig of ale. When the meal was done, he leaned back, his massive frame sagging, and rumbled, "Fetch my hen." Elda slipped into a side room, returning with a bird unlike any Jack had seen. A hen, plump and golden, its feathers shimmering like molten sunlight. She set it on the table, and the ogre grinned, his claws tapping its back. "Lay," he commanded, and the hen clucked softly, producing an egg, solid gold, gleaming in the firelight. Jack's breath caught, his eyes widening through the crack. Another command, another egg, each one a fortune, piling up as the ogre laughed, a sound like gravel tumbling down a cliff. "See this, wife?" he crowed. Stole her from a merchant who thought he'd outsmart me. She's mine now, forever. Jack's mind raced, the fairy's words ringing clear. Take what you can carry. This hen could end their worries, fill their home with gold for a lifetime. He thought of Mara, her hands free from toil, her smile unbroken, and resolve hardened in his chest. The ogre's laughter faded, his head nodding as the ale took hold, his snores rising, a roar like the sea crashing against rocks. Elda stood by, her hands clasped, her eyes darting to the closet. But Jack waited, counting the breaths until the giant's chest heaved in a steady rhythm. He eased the door open, the hinges creaking faintly, drowned by the ogre's thunderous snores. Elda turned, her mouth opening in silent protest. But Jack flashed that reckless grin again, stepping out with careful strides. The hen sat on the table, its golden feathers glinting, and he reached for it, his hands trembling with anticipation. It clucked softly as he lifted it, its warmth seeping through his fingers, and he tucked it under his arm, the eggs left behind. Too many to carry, a sacrifice for speed. Elda shook her head, her eyes pleading, but Jack was already moving, slipping toward the hallway, the hen's feathers brushing his coat. The ogre snorted, shifting in his chair, and Jack froze, his heart lurching, but the snores resumed, a shield against discovery. He darted through the courtyard, the gates looming ahead, and broke into a run, the hen clucking louder now, its protests muffled against his chest. The beanstalk waited, its green bulk a beacon, and he climbed, faster than before, the hen flapping as he descended through the clouds, the castle fading into mist. His arms burned, his breath ragged, but he didn't stop, not until his boots hit Clearbrook's earth, the village waking to dawn's first light. Mara stood outside, her shawl clutched tight, her face pale with worry from another night without him. Jack, she cried, rushing forward as he stumbled toward her, the hen tucked under his arm. He grinned, breathless, and set it down, whispering, lay. A golden egg rolled onto the grass, gleaming in the sunrise, and Mara's hands flew to her mouth, tears brimming as more followed. What have you done? She whispered, kneeling beside the pile, her voice a mix of awe and fear. Jack's grin widened, triumphant. I told you, Ma. It's magic. We're set now. She pulled him close, her embrace fierce, but her eyes drifted to the beanstalk, a shadow crossing her face. He'll come for you, Jack, she said, her voice low. Beasts like that, don't let go easy. Jack laughed, brushing off her worry, but deep down, a flicker of doubt stirred. The ogre's snores, the hen's clucks, the fairy's mission still unfinished. The cottage in Clearbrook glowed with newfound wealth, its walls lined with comforts the golden hen's eggs had bought. The table groaned under loaves of fresh bread, jars of preserves, and cuts of meat, while a new loom stood in the corner, its wood polished to a shine. Mara's hands, once rough from endless toil, softened as she wove blankets of fine wool, her laughter a melody Jack hadn't heard since he was a child. The golden eggs piled up, each one a fortune, and the village buzzed with their luck. Jack, the boy who'd turned beans into riches, a hero in their whispers. But beneath the warmth, a restlessness gnawed at him, a pull toward the beanstalk that loomed outside, its green spire a constant shadow against the sky. The hen clucked contentedly by the hearth, laying eggs on command, its golden feathers glinting in the firelight. Jack watched it, his hazel eyes tracing the shimmer, But his thoughts drifted upward to the castle, the ogre, the fairy's charge. Take back what he's stolen. End his reign if you can. The money bags had eased their hunger. The hens secured their future. But the ogre still lived, his red eyes and rumbling laugh haunting Jack's dreams. His father's death, a theft of life, not just gold, burned in his chest, a debt unpaid. He'd taken treasures, yes, but the monster thrived, a blight on the strange land above. And Jack felt the weight of it, a duty he couldn't shake. One evening, as the moon hung full and bright, casting silver across the stream, Jack made his choice. Mara sat by the fire, mending a shawl, her face soft with contentment. He didn't tell her, couldn't bear her worry, her pleas to stay safe with what they had. He slipped into his old brown coat, its hood shadowing his face, and grabbed the small sack he'd used before, his fingers brushing the hen's feathers as he passed. The fairy's words drove him. Justice, not just wealth, and the thrill of danger sang in his veins, a call too loud to ignore. He stepped outside, the night air crisp, and began the climb. The beanstalk's rungs familiar now, his hands steady as he ascended through the mist. The clouds parted, revealing the glowing plateau, its flowers pulsing faintly under the moonlight. Jack landed with a soft thud, his boots sinking into the turf. The castle's silhouette stark against the sky. Smoke curled from its towers, thicker than before, and the rumble was sharper, a growl that set his nerves alight. He adjusted his hood, his pulse quickening, and crossed the rolling green, the gates looming ahead. This time, he knew the risks, Elda's warnings, the ogre's wrath, but the fire in him burned brighter, a need to end this, to face the monster who'd taken his father. He knocked on the massive door, the sound echoing through the courtyard, and Elda opened it, her gray hair wild, her eyes narrowing with weary recognition. You again, she snapped, her voice low and sharp. Twice I've sheltered you, and twice you've robbed us. Money, the hen. My husband's forbidden me to help travelers on pain of death. Go, before he smells you. Jack's stomach twisted, but he stepped closer, his hands raised, his voice soft with desperation. Please, Elda, he said, letting the exhaustion show. I'm worn out, half-starved from the climb. Just a bite, a rest. I'll be gone before he knows. I swear it. She hesitated, her lips thinning, her gaze flicking over his dusty coat and hollow cheeks. You'll be the death of me, she muttered, but pity softened her resolve, and she waved him in. One meal, then out. If he catches you, I'll deny everything. Jack nodded, relief flooding him, and followed her to the kitchen, the fire's warmth wrapping around him as she set out bread and a slab of cheese. He ate quickly, the food steadying his shaking hands, his ears straining for the ogre's return. The thudding came fast, the floor quaking as Jack swallowed his last bite. Elda's face drained of color, her hands snatching the plate as she hissed, Hide! She yanked open a copper cauldron by the hearth, its interior dark and cold, and shoved him inside, slamming the lid just as the kitchen door burst open. Jack curled tight, the metal pressing against his knees, his breath shallow as he peered through a rusted seam. The ogre stormed in, his gray bulk filling the room, his red eyes blazing, his club screeching across the stone. Wife, he roared, sniffing the air. I smell fresh meat, human flesh. Elda stood her ground, her voice trembling, but firm. It's the wind, love, she said, gesturing vaguely. carrying scents from the plateau. The ogre growled, his claws flexing, and lumbered to the table, his eyes sweeping the room. Lies, he bellowed, stomping toward the hearth, the shelves, the closet Jack had hidden in before. Jack's heart slammed against his ribs, his hands clamping over his mouth. But the ogre paused, his gaze skipping the cauldron, and slumped into his chair. Supper, he barked, and Elda served him, her hands steady, despite the fear in her eyes. The ogre ate, his jaws snapping, his growls softening with ale. And when the meal was done, he leaned back, his massive frame sagging. Fetch my harp, he rumbled, and Elda slipped into a side room, returning with a marvel, a golden harp, its strings shimmering like liquid light, its frame carved with vines that seemed to pulse. She set it before him, and he tapped it with a claw. Play, he commanded, and the harp obeyed, its strings humming a melody, sweet and haunting, a song that filled the room with a strange, aching beauty. Jack's breath caught, his eyes widening through the seam. This was it, the final treasure, a wonder beyond gold, a piece of magic to end the ogre's reign. The ogre's head nodded, the music lulling him, his snores rising, a roar like 100 storms crashing together. Elda stood by, her hands clasped, her eyes darting to the cauldron. But Jack waited, counting the breaths until the giant's chest heaved in a steady rhythm. He eased the lid open, the creak lost in the snores, and slipped out, his muscles cramped, but his resolve iron. Elda turned, her mouth opening in silent protest, but Jack flashed that reckless grin, stepping toward the table. The harp glowed, its song softening as he neared, and he reached for it, his hand trembling with awe. He lifted it, its weight light but alive, and turned to run, when it sang out, sharp and clear, Master, Master, Master. The ogre's eyes snapped open, red and furious, his roar shaking the walls. Thief, he bellowed, lurching to his feet, his club swinging as Jack bolted for the door. Elda screamed, ducking behind the table, and Jack ran, through the hallway, across the courtyard, the harp's cries echoing in his ears, the ogre's footsteps thundering behind. The gates loomed, and he burst through, the beanstalk ahead, its green bulk a lifeline. He climbed, the harp tucked under his arm, its strings jangling, the ogre's roars closing in, hot breath, clawing hands brushing his heels. Jack's arms burned, his legs shook, but he pushed downward, the clouds swallowing him, the ogre's bulk crashing onto the stalk above. I'll crush you, rat! The giant roared, his weight bending the branches, the beanstalk swaying wildly. Jack slid faster, shouting, Ma, the axe! As he glimpsed Clearbrook below. Mara burst from the cottage, her face pale with terror, an old axe in her hands. Jack hit the ground, stumbling, and snatched it from her, swinging with all his strength. The blade bit deep, the stalk shuddering, and he struck again, once, twice, until it snapped, a crack like thunder splitting the air. The beanstalk toppled, a green cascade crashing down, and the ogre fell with it. His roar cut short as he slammed into the garden, the earth trembling with the impact. Dust billowed, the stalk's leaves scattering, and when it cleared, the ogre lay still, his gray bulk broken, his red eyes dull. Jack dropped the axe, his chest heaving, the harp silent in his grasp. Mara rushed to him, her arms wrapping tight, her voice breaking. "You did it," she whispered, tears streaking her face. "You're safe." The village gathered, awestruck at the fallen giant. The golden harp, the end of a terror they'd never known, threatened them. Jack set the harper down, its strings humming softly, and looked at Mara, her pride a light in the dawn. The hen clucked nearby, the eggs gleaming, and he knew they were free, not just of want, but of the shadow above. He shed his lazy ways, tending the garden, guarding the village, his tales of the beanstalk, a legacy for Clearbrook. The stalk withered in time, its magic spent, but Jack and Mara lived on, rich in gold and song, their happiness a justice won from the sky. Story: The Wish Beneath the Juniper Tree. In a quiet little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a sturdy stone house with a thatched roof, its chimney puffing gentle curls of smoke into the crisp morning air. Beside it grew an ancient juniper tree, its gnarled branches heavy with dark green needles and clusters of ripe red berries that gleamed like tiny drops of blood against the pale skies. The tree had stood there for generations, a silent sentinel watching over the lives that unfolded beneath its shade. To the villagers, it was just a tree. Beautiful, yes, but ordinary. To Elias, the blacksmith who lived in the house, and his wife Anna, it was something more, a quiet companion, a witness to their joys and their unspoken sorrows. Elias was a man of strength and skill, his broad shoulders honed by years at the forge, his hands rough but steady as they shaped molten iron into tools and horseshoes. His dark hair was streaked with gray, and his hazel eyes carried a warmth that drew people to him like moths to a lantern. The village prospered because of his work, and his wealth grew with every hammer strike, every satisfied customer who left his shop with a plow or a blade. But wealth, Elias knew, was a hollow thing without the laughter of a child to fill his home. Anna, his wife, felt this emptiness even more keenly. She was a woman of rare beauty, with hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes as blue as the summer sky after a storm. Her voice was soft, her hands gentle, and her heart brimmed with a faith that seemed to light her from within. Yet, for all their love, their union remained barren, a wound they carried in silence. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the world in shades of gold and amber, Anna would slip out of the house and stand beneath the juniper tree. She'd rest her hand against its rough bark, feeling the pulse of life within it, and whisper prayers into the wind. "Please," she'd say, her voice trembling with hope, "grant us a child, a little one to hold, to love, to raise in this good home." The tree never answered, not in words, but its branches would sway as if listening, and the scent of its berries, sweet and sharp, would wrap around her like a promise. Elias would watch from the doorway, his heart aching for her, for them both, but he never spoke of it. He trusted her faith, even when his own faltered. Winter came early that year, blanketing the village in a thick layer of snow that sparkled under the weak sunlight. The air was sharp, biting at Anna's cheeks as she stepped outside one gray afternoon, a basket of apples cradled in her arms. She wore a heavy woolen cloak, its deep green fabric stark contrast to the white world around her, and her breath puffed out in little clouds as she hummed a tune her mother had taught her long ago. The juniper tree loomed ahead, its branches dusted with frost, its berries glowing like embers against the cold. Anna set her basket down and pulled a small knife from her pocket, its blade glinting as she chose an apple, round and golden, a rare treat saved from the autumn harvest. She sat at the base of the tree, her back against its trunk, and began to peel the fruit, the thin curls of skin falling into her lap. The knife slipped, just a small misstep, a moment of distraction as she glanced up at the tree's swaying branches. The blade nicked her finger, and a bead of blood welled up, bright and vivid against her pale skin. She gasped, more from surprise than pain, and watched as the drop fell, striking the snow at her feet. It spread there, a tiny crimson star blooming against the pristine white, and something about the sight stirred her soul. She pressed her hand to her chest, the apple forgotten, and stared at the contrast, red and white, life and purity, a vision so striking it felt like a sign. Her lips parted, and the words came unbidden, spilling out with a fervor she couldn't contain. "Oh, if only I could have a child," she whispered, her voice rising with the wind, "as red as this blood, as white as this snow, a little one to call my own, to fill this house with joy." She closed her eyes, her heart pounding, and the air seemed to still around her. The juniper tree shivered, its needles rustling as if in reply, and a gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent of berries and something deeper, something ancient. Anna sat there for a long time, the cold seeping into her bones, but she didn't feel it. A warmth had settled in her chest, a certainty she couldn't explain. She gathered her basket and stood, her injured finger pressed to her lips, and smiled up at the tree. "Thank you," she murmured, though she wasn't sure who or what she was thanking. The moment felt sacred, a pact sealed in blood and snow, and as she walked back to the house, her steps were lighter than they'd been in years. Elias noticed the change in her that evening. She moved with a quiet grace, her eyes brighter, her smile softer. When he asked what had happened, she only took his hand and pressed it to her cheek, saying, "I think something wonderful is coming, my love." He didn't press her further. He knew her heart, knew her hopes, but he felt a flicker of something stir in him too, a fragile ember of belief. The weeks passed, and winter tightened its grip on the village. The snow piled high, the winds howled, and the juniper tree stood steadfast, its branches bowing under the weight of ice. Anna spent more time beneath it, bundled in her cloak, her hands resting on her belly as if guarding a secret. Then, one morning, as the first hints of spring peeked through the frost, she turned to Elias with a smile that lit up the dim kitchen. "I'm with child," she said, her voice trembling with joy. He stared at her, his hammer slipping from his hand to clatter against the floor. And then he laughed, a deep, booming sound that echoed through the house. He swept her into his arms, spinning her gently, and they clung to each other, tears mingling with laughter. The months that followed were a golden blur. Anna's belly swelled, and with it grew their dreams. She'd sit by the fire, stitching tiny garments from soft wool, her fingers deft despite the growing ache in her back. Elias carved a cradle from oak, sanding it smooth with a care he rarely showed his ironwork, and placed it beside their bed. The village buzzed with the news, neighbors stopping by with gifts of bread and honey, their voices warm with congratulations. But Anna's favorite moments were the quiet ones, when she'd slip outside to the juniper tree, her hands resting on her rounded stomach as she spoke to the child within. "You're my miracle," she'd whisper, "red as blood, white as snow, just as I wished." The tree seemed to listen, its berries ripening despite the lingering chill, their scent a constant comfort. Elias watched her from the forge, his hammer striking in time with his thoughts. He'd never been a man of faith, not like Anna, but he couldn't deny the strangeness of it all. The blood, the wish, the tree. He'd catch her standing there, her golden hair catching the sunlight, and feel a swell of gratitude so fierce it nearly brought him to his knees. Whatever power had granted them this gift, he thought, it was good. It had to be. By the 9th month, Anna glowed with a quiet radiance, her every movement deliberate, her every smile a treasure. The village midwife predicted a healthy birth, and Elias prepared the house, stacking wood by the hearth and hanging herbs to ease Anna's labor. The juniper tree stood watch outside, its branches heavy with fruit, its presence a steady anchor in their world. Anna felt the first pains on a warm evening, the air thick with the promise of summer, and she gripped Elias's hand, her eyes shining with trust. "It's time," she said, and he nodded, his heart racing with a mix of fear and hope. They didn't know it then, but the wish beneath the juniper tree had set something in motion, something beautiful. Yes, but also something fragile, something that would test the bounds of love and loss in ways they could. The warm evening air hung heavy with the scent of blooming wildflowers. As Anna's labor began, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves of the juniper tree outside the stone house. Inside, the kitchen glowed with the soft light of the hearth, its flames casting flickering shadows across the walls. Elias paced the room, his heavy boots thudding against the wooden floor, his hands clenching and unclenching with every muffled cry that slipped through the bedroom door. The midwife, a stout woman named Greta, with silver hair and a no-nonsense air, had shooed him out hours ago, her voice firm but kind. "This is women's work, Elias. You'll only get in the way." So he waited, his heart a tangled knot of anticipation and dread. The cradle he'd carved, sitting empty by the fire like a silent promise. In the bedroom, Anna lay on the wide bed, her golden hair damp with sweat, her blue eyes wide with a mix of pain and wonder. The pains had come swiftly, sharper than she'd expected, but she welcomed them, each one a step closer to holding her child. Greta moved with practiced ease, pressing cool cloths to Anna's forehead and murmuring words of encouragement. "You're strong, girl," she said, her voice a steady anchor. "This little one's eager to meet you." Anna nodded, her breath hitching as another contraction gripped her, and she clung to the thought of her wish. The blood on the snow, the whisper beneath the juniper tree. This child was her miracle, and she would endure anything to bring it into the world. The hours stretched on, the night deepening outside, the stars winking through the small window like distant witnesses. Anna's cries grew softer, her strength waning, but her resolve never faltered. She pictured the child in her mind, red as blood, white as snow, a perfect blend of life and purity, and the image carried her through the pain. At last, just as the first gray light of dawn crept over the hills, a sharp, triumphant wail pierced the silence. Greta laughed, a sound of pure relief, and lifted a squirming bundle into the air. A boy, she announced, her eyes crinkling with a smile, healthy as a spring lamb. Anna reached out with trembling arms, tears streaming down her face as Greta placed the baby against her chest. He was small, impossibly small, but perfect, his skin pale and smooth as fresh snow, his lips a vivid red, his tiny fists waving as if testing the world. His eyes opened, a clear, crystalline blue, like hers, and Anna's breath caught in her throat. Leon, she whispered, the name coming to her as naturally as a heartbeat. My light, my Leon. She traced his cheek with a shaky finger, marveling at the warmth of him, the weight of him, the reality of him. The wish had come true, more beautiful than she'd dared to dream. Elias burst in at the sound of the cry, his face pale with worry. But when he saw Anna and the child, his expression softened into something raw and unguarded. He knelt beside the bed, his rough hands hovering over the baby as if afraid to break him, and looked at Anna with a love so fierce it seemed to fill the room. He's ours, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You did it, Anna. She smiled weakly, leaning into his touch, and for a moment, the world was perfect, just the three of them, bound by a joy that felt eternal. The days that followed were a golden haze of newness. Anna spent every moment with Leon, cradling him as he nursed, singing soft lullabies her mother had once sung to her. His cries were music, his smiles a treasure, and she marveled at how quickly he'd become the center of her universe. She'd sit by the window, the juniper tree framed in the glass, and tell him stories about the snow and the blood, about the wish that brought him to her. You're my miracle, she'd murmur, kissing his forehead, and the tree outside would sway as if nodding in agreement, its berries gleaming in the sunlight. Elias, too, was transformed. The blacksmith who'd once lived for his forge now hurried home each evening, eager to hold his son. He'd sit by the fire, Leon nestled in the crook of his arm, and talk to him in a low, rumbling voice about the world they'd build together. Horses to shoe, fields to plow, a legacy to pass down. The village buzzed with their happiness, neighbors stopping by with gifts of blankets and wooden toys, their voices warm with admiration. A fine boy, they'd say, and Elias would beam, his chest swelling with pride. But beneath the joy, a shadow lingered. Anna's strength didn't return as it should have. The birth had taken more from her than she'd let on. Her hands trembled when she held Leon. Her breaths came shallow and quick, and a pallor crept into her cheeks that no amount of rest could banish. Greta noticed it first, her sharp eyes narrowing as she watched Anna one afternoon. You need to rest more, she warned, her tone firm. Your body's still healing. Anna waved her off with a tired smile. I'm fine, she said. I have Leon to care for. That's all I need. But Elias saw it too, the way her steps faltered, the way her laughter grew faint, and a quiet fear began to gnaw at him. One evening, 9 days after Leon's birth, Anna stood beneath the juniper tree as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. She held Leon close, his tiny body swaddled in a blanket she'd sewn, and breathed in the sweet scent of the berries. The air was warm, the world soft and still, and she felt a peace she couldn't name. You'll grow strong here, she whispered to him, her voice barely audible. Under this tree, with your father's love in mind. The branches rustled, a gentle sound, and she smiled, leaning against the trunk for support. That night, she grew worse. A fever took hold, sudden and fierce, her skin burning despite the cool cloths Elias pressed to her forehead. Greta came at once, her face grim as she mixed herbs and muttered prayers. But nothing slowed the heat that consumed her. Anna lay in bed, her eyes glassy, her breaths ragged, and reached for Elias's hand. If I don't make it, she rasped, her voice faint but steady. Bury me under the juniper tree. I want to stay near him, near you both. Elias shook his head, tears streaming down his face. Don't say that, he pleaded. You'll be fine. You have to be. But she only squeezed his hand, her gaze drifting to Leon, asleep in his cradle, and a faint smile curved her lips. By morning, she was gone. The fever had stolen her in the night, leaving behind a silence so heavy it seemed to crush the house. Elias sat beside her, his head bowed, his hands clutching hers, as if he could will her back. Greta wept quietly, wrapping Anna's body in a white cloth, while Leon stirred in his cradle, his cries unanswered. The village mourned with them, their voices hushed as they gathered outside. But Elias heard none of it. His world had shattered, the joy of 9 days replaced by a grief too vast to name. He honored her wish. With trembling hands, he dug a grave beneath the juniper tree, the earth soft and dark beneath the snow that had begun to fall again. The villagers helped, their faces somber, and they laid Anna to rest under the branches she'd loved, her green cloak draped over her like a final embrace. Elias stood there, long after they'd gone, Leon cradled against his chest, and stared at the mound of earth. I'll keep him safe, he whispered, his voice breaking. For you. The tree loomed above, its berries stark against the gray sky, and the wind carried a faint, mournful sigh. Leon grew in the shadow of that tree, a bright, beautiful boy with his mother's eyes and his father's strength. Elias raised him alone, pouring his love into every moment. But the house felt empty without Anna's light. The juniper tree watched over them, a silent guardian, its roots entwined with her memory. And though Elias didn't know it, the story was far from over. The wish that had brought Leon into the world had bound their fates to the tree in ways he couldn't yet fathom, a thread of magic and tragedy waiting to unravel. The years slipped by like shadows beneath the juniper tree, each season leaving its mark on the stone house and the blacksmith who lived there. Elias aged, his dark hair now fully gray, his broad shoulders stooped from the weight of grief and the endless rhythm of his hammer. But Leon, his son, was a burst of light in the dimness, a boy of 7 with skin as white as snow, lips red as the berries that hung from the tree, and eyes that sparkled with his mother's quiet wonder. He was quick and clever, his laughter a melody that echoed through the village, and Elias poured every ounce of his soul into raising him. The cradle had long been replaced by a small bed, the forge now a place where Leon played with scraps of iron, shaping them into childish treasures under his father's watchful eye. The juniper tree stood as it always had, a constant presence, its branches swaying over Anna's grave, its berries ripening each summer, as if in tribute to her memory. But the house was lonely, a truth Elias couldn't ignore. The villagers saw it too, the way his smiles never reached his eyes, the way he lingered by the tree at dusk, speaking to a woman who could no longer answer. "You need a wife," they'd say, their voices gentle but firm. "A mother for the boy." Elias resisted at first, his heart tethered to Anna, but time wore him down. Leon deserved more, a family, a warmth the forge couldn't provide. So, when Mara came into his life, he let himself hope again. Mara was a widow from a neighboring village, a woman of striking beauty, with raven black hair and eyes like polished obsidian. She carried herself with a quiet grace, her lips curving in a smile that promised comfort, and she brought with her a daughter, Marlene, a girl of 5, with soft brown curls and a timid demeanor. Elias met her at the market one spring day, her basket heavy with bread and herbs, and her voice was kind as she asked after Leon. She'd heard of the blacksmith's loss, she said, and admired his strength. The words stirred something in him, a flicker of possibility, and soon she was a regular visitor, her presence filling the house with a new rhythm. Leon took to Marlene quickly, the two chasing each other through the yard, their laughter a balm to Elias's weary heart. When he asked Mara to marry him, she agreed with a nod and a smile, and the village celebrated, hopeful that the stone house would know joy again. The wedding was simple, held beneath the juniper tree on a warm afternoon, the air thick with the scent of berries and wildflowers. Mara wore a dress of deep blue, Marlene a crown of daisies, and Leon stood beside his father, his small hand clutching Elias's calloused fingers. The villagers clapped and cheered, their voices rising over the hills. But beneath the tree, the wind carried a faint, uneasy rustle, unnoticed by all but the birds that perched in its branches. Elias felt a pang as he glanced at Anna's grave, but he pushed it aside. This was for Leon, he told himself, for their future. At first, Mara seemed the answer to his prayers. She cooked hearty meals, her hands deft as she kneaded dough or stirred pots over the fire. She mended clothes, her stitches neat and sure, and she spoke to Elias with a warmth that eased his solitude. Marlene clung to her mother, shy but sweet, and Leon welcomed her as a sister, sharing his toys and teaching her the names of the flowers that grew by the tree. But as the months passed, cracks appeared in the facade. Mara's smiles grew brittle when Elias wasn't looking, her voice sharp when she thought he couldn't hear. She doted on Marlene, brushing her hair with tender care. But with Leon, her touch was cold, her words clipped. "Don't track mud in here," she'd snap, or "Stay out of my way, boy." Elias, lost in his work at the forge, didn't see it, or didn't want to. Leon felt it, though. The boy who'd once run freely through the house began to shrink, his steps cautious, his laughter muted. Mara's eyes followed him, dark and calculating, and a seed of resentment took root in her heart. Leon was Elias's firstborn, the heir to his wealth, his name, his love, a threat to Marlene's future, or so she saw it. She'd married Elias for security, for a home, but the boy stood in her way, a living reminder of the woman who'd come before. Her jealousy festered, a quiet poison that grew with every glance at his pale face, every echo of Anna in his features. The tension simmered, unnoticed by Elias, who spent long hours at the forge, his hammer drowning out the unease at home. Mara's cruelty sharpened when he was gone. She'd send Leon on endless chores, fetching water in the rain, scrubbing floors until his hands bled, her voice a whip that lashed at his spirit. If he faltered, she'd strike him, her hand swift and hard, leaving bruises he hid beneath his sleeves. "You're nothing special," she'd hiss, her face a mask of disdain. "Just a blacksmith's brat." Leon bore it in silence, his eyes darting to the juniper tree outside, as if seeking his mother's strength. Marlene watched, her small face pale with fear, but she said nothing, too young to defy her mother. One autumn day, the pot boiled over. The air was crisp, the leaves golden, and Elias was away, delivering tools to a farmer across the valley. Leon sat by the hearth, whittling a stick into a bird, his fingers steady despite the ache in his arms from hauling wood. Marlene played nearby, her doll clutched tight, and she looked up with a shy smile. "Can I have an apple, Mama?" she asked, her voice soft. "For me and Leon?" Mara stood at the table, slicing bread, her knife glinting in the firelight. She paused, her lips thinning, and set the blade down with a deliberate clack. "An apple?" she said, her tone deceptively sweet. "Of course, my darling." She crossed to a wooden chest in the corner, its lid heavy with iron hinges, and pulled out a single apple, red and ripe, a prize from the harvest. She held it out to Marlene, but when Leon stood, hopeful, her eyes narrowed. "Not for you," she snapped, yanking it back. "You don't deserve it." Leon flinched, his shoulders hunching, but Marlene's lip trembled. "Please, Mama," she whispered. "He's my brother." The word, brother, struck Mara like a spark to dry grass. Her face twisted, rage flaring in her chest, and she turned to Leon with a smile that chilled the room. "Come here," she said, her voice smooth as ice. "There's more in the chest. Pick one yourself." Leon hesitated, sensing the trap, but hunger and habit drove him forward. He stepped to the chest, its dark wood looming, and bent to peer inside. Mara moved behind him, silent as a shadow, the apple still in her hand. "Lower," she urged, her tone coaxing. "They're at the bottom." He leaned in, his small frame vulnerable, and in that moment, her jealousy erupted. With a grunt of effort, she slammed the lid down, the iron edge catching his neck with a sickening crunch. Leon crumpled, lifeless, his body slumping into the chest as blood pooled beneath him. Marlene screamed, high, piercing sound that shattered the silence. But Mara clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes wild. "Quiet," she hissed, dragging the girl back. "You'll ruin everything." Her mind raced, panic clawing at her, but her resolve hardened. She couldn't undo the act, but she could hide it. With trembling hands, she pulled Leon's body from the chest, his head lolling, and carried him to the kitchen. Marlene sobbed, curling into a ball as Mara worked, chopping, slicing, her knife moving with a grim precision. She cooked him into a stew, the scent of meat and herbs masking the horror. And when Elias returned that evening, weary and dust-streaked, she served it with a smile. "A special meal," she said, her voice steady. "For my hard-working husband." Elias ate, oblivious, his spoon dipping into the bowl as Marlene stared, mute with terror, and Mara watched, her heart a stone. The juniper tree outside swayed in the wind, its branches creaking, as if it knew the sin that stained the house beneath its shade. The stone house stood silent in the aftermath of the crime, the air thick with an unspoken weight that pressed against its walls. Elias sat by the hearth that night, his bowl empty, his face softened by the warmth of the meal Mara had prepared. "Good stew," he'd said, his voice rough with fatigue, and she'd nodded, her lips curving in a tight smile that hid the storm within. Marlene sat in the corner, her small body curled into itself, her brown curls falling over her tear-streaked face. She hadn't touched her food, her spoon trembling in her hand, and when Elias asked what was wrong, Mara answered for her. "She's tired," she said, her tone clipped. "Too much playing today." Elias frowned, his hazel eyes lingering on his stepdaughter, but he let it go, too weary from his journey to press further. Outside, the juniper tree loomed in the darkness, its branches swaying in a wind that carried a low, mournful hum. The night was cold, the stars hidden behind a shroud of clouds, and the village slept, unaware of the horror that had unfolded beneath its quiet hills. Inside, Mara moved with a restless energy, clearing the table, scrubbing the pot with a ferocity that belied her calm facade. She'd disposed of the chest's bloody contents, scrubbing the wood until her hands ached, and the stew had erased the rest. Or so she thought. But Marlene knew. The girl's eyes followed her mother, wide and haunted, and when Elias rose to stoke the fire, she slipped from her chair, her bare feet silent on the floor. She crept to the hearth, where the remnants of the meal sat cooling in the pot. Her stomach churned, bile rising in her throat, but she forced herself to act. With shaking hands, she scooped the small, pale bones from the broth, Leon's bones, delicate and broken, and wrapped them in a scrap of silk she'd torn from her doll's dress. Tears fell as she worked, silent sobs racking her frame, and she whispered his name, a plea for forgiveness she couldn't voice aloud. "Leon," she breathed, clutching the bundle to her chest. "I'm sorry." Mara didn't see her, her back turned as she scoured the kitchen, but the juniper tree outside seemed to lean closer, its needles rustling as if beckoning. Marlene waited until the house grew still, Elias snoring softly in his chair, Mara retreating to the bedroom with a curt good night. Then she slipped out, the cold biting at her skin as she ran to the tree. The ground was hard beneath her feet, Anna's grave a dark mound beneath the branches, and she knelt there, her breath puffing in the frigid air. "Please," she whispered, digging a shallow hole with her hands, the earth cold and unyielding. "Take him back. Make it right." She placed the bundle of bones into the soil, covering it with trembling fingers, and pressed her palms to the ground, her tears soaking into the dirt. "I didn't mean it," she sobbed. "I didn't stop her." The juniper tree shuddered, a deep tremor that shook its roots and sent a cascade of berries tumbling to the ground. The air grew thick, charged with a strange energy, and a wisp of smoke rose from the spot where the bones lay buried. Marlene stumbled back, her heart pounding as the smoke thickened, swirling into a column that glowed with an eerie light, red and white, like blood on snow. The wind howled, the branches thrashing, and from the heart of the smoke emerged a bird, its feathers a brilliant mix of crimson and ivory, its eyes blazing like stars. It was small, no larger than a sparrow, but its presence filled the night with a wild, untamed beauty. Marlene gasped, falling to her knees, and the bird turned its gaze on her, its head tilting as if it knew her. Then it sang. Its voice was clear and piercing, a melody that cut through the silence like a blade. "My mother killed me. My father ate me. My sister Marlene gathered my bones, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Cheap, cheap. What a fine bird am I." The words hung in the air, sharp and accusing, and Marlene clapped her hands over her ears, her sobs rising anew. The bird flapped its wings, rising into the branches, and its song echoed over the village, a haunting refrain that stirred the dogs and roused the wind. Mara, in her bed, jolted awake, her heart seizing as the notes reached her ears. She stumbled to the window, her face pale, and saw the bird perched high in the tree, its eyes fixed on the house. No, she whispered, her voice trembling. It can't be. The next morning, the bird was gone, but its presence lingered. Elias woke with a heaviness he couldn't name, his dreams troubled by flashes of red and white. Marlene said nothing, her eyes red-rimmed, her silence a shield against the truth. Mara moved through the day like a ghost, her hands unsteady, her gaze darting to the tree whenever she passed a window. The village buzzed with whispers. Someone had heard a strange song in the night, a melody that chilled the soul, but no one knew its source. Elias asked after Leon, his brow furrowing when Mara said he'd gone to play by the river. He'll be back soon. She lied, her voice tight, and Elias nodded, trusting her as he always had. Days passed, and the bird returned, its song growing bolder. It flew from rooftop to rooftop, its feathers glinting in the sunlight, and wherever it went, it sang, "My mother killed me, my father ate me, my sister Marlene gathered my bones, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Cheep, cheep, what a fine bird am I." The villagers marveled at its beauty, their voices rising in awe. "What a creature," they said, gathering to listen. "A gift from the heavens." Children chased it, laughing, and the elders nodded sagely, calling it a sign of good fortune. But Mara's fear deepened with every note, her nights sleepless, her days haunted by the bird's accusing stare. One afternoon, it flew to the forge, where Elias worked the bellows, his hammer striking iron with a steady clang. The bird perched on the window sill, its song ringing over the roar of the fire. Elias paused, sweat beading on his brow, and listened, a strange ache blooming in his chest. The words were clear, their meaning sharp, but he couldn't grasp them. Not yet. "Fine bird," he muttered, wiping his hands, and the bird cocked its head, dropping a golden chain from its beak. It landed at his feet, gleaming in the dust, and Elias picked it up, his fingers tracing its links. "For me?" he asked, half smiling, and the bird chirped, soaring away. He hung the chain around his neck, a warmth spreading through him, and returned to his work, the song lingering in his mind. The next day, it visited Marlene, who sat by the river, her doll abandoned in the grass. She looked up, her breath catching as the bird landed beside her, its song softer now, almost tender. "My mother killed me. My father ate me. My sister Marlene gathered my bones." It dropped a pair of red shoes at her feet, small and perfect, and she touched them, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Leon?" she whispered, and the bird bobbed its head, its eyes bright with something like forgiveness. She slipped the shoes on, their leather warm against her skin, and clutched them as if they could bring him back. Mara saw it all from the house, her hands gripping the sill until her knuckles whitened. The bird's gifts were a taunt, a promise of retribution, and her fear turned to dread. It returned each day, singing its song, gathering the village's wonder, but it carried one more gift, a millstone, heavy and gray. clutched in its talons as it circled the tree. It didn't drop it, not yet, but its weight hung in the air, a silent threat that Mara couldn't escape. She began to unravel, her voice sharp with panic, her eyes wild as she muttered to herself. "It's nothing," she'd say, forcing a laugh when Elias asked. "Just a bird." But the lie tasted bitter, and the juniper tree watched, its branches heavy with berries, its roots drinking deep from the earth where Leon's bones lay. The stage was set, the song a call to justice, and the bird waited, its eyes fixed on the house, for the moment to bring the tale full circle. The village hummed with its usual rhythm as autumn deepened, the air crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke. The stone house stood at its edge, its chimney puffing lazily, but within its walls a storm brewed. Elias worked at the forge each day, the golden chain from the bird glinting at his throat, its weight a comfort he couldn't explain. Marlene played quietly, her red shoes tapping softly on the floor, her eyes darting to the juniper tree whenever the wind stirred its branches. And Mara unraveled. The bird's song had become her shadow, its haunting melody seeping into her dreams, her every waking moment. My mother killed me. My father ate me. My sister Marlene gathered my bones. It followed her, a relentless echo, and the millstone it carried loomed in her mind like a guillotine. She tried to hide it. She smiled at Elias, her voice bright as she served his meals, but her hands shook, her laughter brittle. She snapped at Marlene, her patience fraying, and avoided the windows where the bird often perched, its crimson and white feathers a stark reminder of her sin. The villagers had taken to the creature, calling it a marvel, a bringer of gifts, and their chatter only fueled her dread. "It gave old Tom a silver pin yesterday," they'd say, or "it sang for the baker's twins." Such a tune. Mara heard it all, her stomach twisting, and she began to mutter to herself, her words a jumbled prayer for the bird to leave, to let her be. But the juniper tree stood silent, its berries ripe and heavy, its roots deep in the earth where Leon's bones rested, and it offered no mercy. The day of reckoning came on a Sunday, the sky clear and golden, the village bustling with families heading to the harvest fair. Elias decided to join them, a rare break from the forge, and he called to Marlene with a grin. "Let's see what the bird's up to today," he said, ruffling her curls. She nodded, her small hand slipping into his, the red shoes gleaming on her feet. Mara hesitated, her face pale, but Elias insisted. "Come on," he said, his tone light. "It'll do you good." She forced a smile, her heart pounding, and followed them out, her eyes darting to the tree as they stepped into the yard. The bird was there, perched high in the branches, its feathers catching the sunlight like a flame. It cocked its head, its starry eyes fixed on the family, and Elias laughed, pointing. "There's our friend," he said, the golden chain glinting as he moved. Marlene clung to his side, her breath shallow, and Mara froze, her hands clenching into fists. The bird opened its beak, and the song began, clear and sharp, cutting through the morning air. My mother killed me. My father ate me. My sister Marlene gathered my bones, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Cheap, cheap. What a fine bird am I? The notes rang out, louder than ever, and Elias paused, his brow furrowing as the words sank in. Marlene whimpered, her grip tightening. But Mara's voice broke the spell. "Stop it!" she shrieked, her composure shattering. "Make it stop!" She lunged forward, her arms flailing as if to shoo the bird away. But Elias grabbed her wrist, his face darkening. "What's wrong with you?" he demanded, his voice low. "It's just a song." She yanked free, her eyes wild, and stumbled back, her breath ragged. "It's not just a song," she spat, her words tumbling out. "It's him. It's Leon. It knows." The confession hung in the air, raw and jagged, and Elias stared at her, confusion giving way to a dawning horror. The bird sang again, its voice rising, and this time, Elias listened, really listened. "My mother killed me. My father ate me." The golden chain felt heavy against his chest, the memory of the stew flashing in his mind, and his knees buckled. "Leon," he whispered, his voice breaking. Marlene sobbed, falling to the ground, and the bird flapped its wings, soaring higher. It circled the tree, the millstone clutched in its talons, and Elias staggered forward, his hands outstretched. "What did you do, Mara?" he roared, turning on her. But she backed away, her face a mask of panic. "I had to," she cried, her voice shrill. "He was in the way. Your precious boy, your heir. He'd have taken everything from Marlene, from me." Elias's face contorted, rage and grief warring within him, and he lunged for her. But the bird moved first. With a piercing cry, it released the millstone, the heavy gray slab plummeting through the air. Mara screamed, her arms rising too late, and the stone struck her with a sickening thud, crushing her beneath its weight. Dust billowed, the ground trembling, and a burst of smoke and flame erupted from the spot where she fell, the air crackling with an otherworldly heat. Elias shielded Marlene, pulling her close as the smoke cleared, his heart pounding. When the haze lifted, Mara was gone. Nothing remained but a scorched patch of earth, the millstone embedded deep, its surface stained with ash. The bird landed softly beside it, its song fading to a gentle trill, and Elias stared, his breath hitching. The air shimmered, the tree's branches trembling, and from the smoke stepped a figure, small, pale, alive. Leon stood there, his skin white as snow, his lips red as blood, his blue eyes bright and clear. He wore the same tunic he'd died in, untouched by time or decay, and he smiled, a quiet, radiant thing that pierced the silence. "Leon!" Marlene cried, breaking free from Elias to throw herself at him. He caught her, his arms strong, and she buried her face in his chest, her sobs turning to laughter. Elias fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he reached for his son. "My boy," he choked, pulling them both into a fierce embrace. "You're back." Leon nodded, his voice soft but sure. "The tree kept me," he said, glancing up at its branches. "Mother did too." Elias followed his gaze, his heart swelling as he thought of Anna, her grave beneath the roots, her love woven into the miracle before him. The villagers, drawn by the noise, gathered at the edge of the yard, their voices hushed with awe. They saw the millstone, the empty space where Mara had stood, and the boy who'd vanished months ago, now alive and whole. Whispers spread, justice, magic, a tale for the ages. But Elias didn't care. He stood, lifting Leon and Marlene in his arms, and led them into the house, the golden chain and red shoes glinting in the sunlight. The bird followed, perching on the windowsill, its song now a gentle lullaby that filled the air with peace. That night, they sat around the table, a family reborn. Elias carved bread, his hands steady for the first time in months, and Leon laughed, his voice bright as he teased Marlene about her shoes. The hearth crackled, the room warm with light, and outside, the juniper tree swayed, its berries glowing softly in the dusk. It had witnessed their pain, their loss, their redemption, and now it stood guard, a silent sentinel over a home restored. The wind carried a faint whisper, Anna's voice, perhaps, or the tree's own. And Elias smiled, his heart full. The wish beneath the juniper tree had come full circle, its magic a thread of love and justice that bound them all, forever beneath its shade. Story, the whisper by the river. The village of Silver Stream clung to the edge of a winding river, its waters shimmering like a ribbon of molten silver under the autumn sun. Nestled among low hills and patches of wildflower meadows, it was a quiet place where the days unfolded with the steady rhythm of spinning wheels and clinking looms. The houses, built of weathered wood and stone, leaned into one another as if sharing secrets, their chimneys puffing thin threads of smoke into the crisp air. At the village's farthest reach stood a modest cottage, its roof sagging under the weight of years, its walls patched with moss and memory. Here lived Leora, a girl of 16, and her mother, Alina, a weaver whose hands danced with thread as if coaxing life from the fibers. Leora was no ordinary girl. Her hair flowed long and luminous, catching the light like moonbeams spun into silk, and her eyes, a deep, fathomless green, seemed to hold the secrets of the forest beyond the river. But it was her gift, or perhaps her curse, that set her apart. Since she was a child, Leora could hear the wind speak, not in the way others might hear it, rustle leaves or whistle through cracks, but in whispers, soft and fleeting, like voices from a dream. Sometimes the wind carried warnings. Rain comes at dawn, and sometimes it murmured riddles she couldn't unravel. The shadow moves before the light. Mm. The villagers thought her strange, a quiet girl who'd pause mid-step to tilt her head, as if listening to something they couldn't hear. But they loved her all the same, for her gentle smile and the way she'd mend a torn shirt or fetch water for an elder without a word of complaint. Alina, her mother, was the village's finest weaver, her tapestries prized for their intricate patterns, swirls of river blue, bursts of meadow gold, threads of twilight gray. She was a woman of few words, her dark hair streaked with silver, her hands rough from years at the loom. She'd raised Leora alone since her husband vanished into the forest a decade ago, leaving behind only a silver mirror etched with curling vines, a family heirloom Alina hung above the hearth. The mirror caught the firelight each night, casting glints across the room, and Leora often wondered if it held some magic of its own. But Alina never spoke of it, or of the man who'd left it behind. On a chilly morning in late October, as frost dusted the grass and the river exhaled wisps of mist, Alina called Leora to her side. The girl was sweeping the cottage floor, her broom stirring up motes of dust that danced in the slanting light. Alina stood by the door, a heavy shawl draped over her shoulders, her loom silent for once. Leora, she said, her voice firm but laced with a tremor Leora couldn't place. I've been summoned to the Lord's castle. They want a tapestry for the winter festival, Something grand, they say. I'll be gone 3 days, maybe 4. Leora set the broom against the wall, her heart quickening. The castle lay miles upstream, beyond the dense forest that loomed like a dark wall at the village's edge. It was a place of whispered tales, grand halls of stone, feasts that lasted till dawn, and a lord whose eyes, they said, could pierce a man's soul. Few villagers ever went there, and fewer still returned unchanged. Do you have to go? Leora asked, brushing a strand of moonlit hair from her face. The river's high, and the forest. I have no choice, Alina cut in, her tone softening as she met her daughter's gaze. The Lord pays well, and we need the coin. Winter's coming, and the roof won't hold another season. She stepped closer, resting a calloused hand on Leora's shoulder. You'll stay here, keep the fire going, and mind the house. Promise me you won't leave, not even to the riverbank. And if anyone comes, anyone strange, don't open the door. The wind might speak to you, child, but it doesn't always know what's best. Leora nodded, though her stomach twisted with unease. I promise, Mama, she said, forcing a smile. Alina squeezed her shoulder, then pulled a small pouch of coins from her apron. For bread, if you need it, she said, pressing it into Leora's hand. She hefted a bundle of wool and thread onto her back, kissed her daughter's forehead, and stepped out into the morning. Leora watched from the doorway as her mother's figure shrank along the river path, swallowed by the mist, until the village felt emptier than it ever had. The day passed in a quiet blur. Leora tended the fire, mended a torn blanket, and baked a small loaf of rye bread, its scent filling the cottage with warmth. The river sang its low, constant song outside, and the wind was silent, offering no whispers to break the stillness. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, Leora sat by the hearth, her knees drawn up, staring into the flames. The silver mirror above caught the light, its surface glinting like a watchful eye. She wondered about her mother. Had she reached the castle? Was she safe? The questions gnawed at her, but she pushed them down, clinging to Alina's promise of a swift return. Sleep came fitfully that night. Leora lay on her narrow bed, a woolen blanket pulled tight, the cottage creaking as the wind picked up outside. It started as a gentle rustle, brushing the thatch, but soon it grew sharper, keening through the cracks. She sat up, her breath catching, as the whispers began, soft at first, then insistent, like a voice pressing against her mind. There's someone coming, it said, the words curling around her like smoke. A shadow moves, carrying darkness. Leora's heart thudded, her hands clenching the blanket. She slipped from the bed, her bare feet cold on the wooden floor, and crept to the window. The shutters were latched, but through a thin gap, she glimpsed the riverbank, empty, silvered by moonlight, the water rippling under a star-strewn sky. No one was there, yet the wind's voice lingered, a chill settling into her bones. She returned to the hearth, stoking the fire until it roared, the flames casting long shadows across the room. It's nothing, she murmured to herself, her voice small against the wind's howl. Just the night playing tricks. But the whispers didn't fade. They wove through her thoughts, threading doubt into every corner of her mind. She glanced at the silver mirror, its surface reflecting the fire's glow, and for a moment, she thought she saw something, a flicker, a shape within its depths. She shook her head, chiding herself for foolishness, and climbed back into bed, pulling the blanket over her ears to drown out the wind. Sleep came at last, but it was restless, haunted by dreams of a figure in gray, standing motionless by the river. Morning broke with a pale, watery light, the sky heavy with clouds that promised rain. Leora rose, her body aching from a night of broken rest, and set about her chores. She fetched water from the well, the bucket heavy in her hands, and swept the floor again, though it scarcely needed it. The wind had quieted, leaving only a soft breeze that brushed the cottage like a sigh. She tried to focus on the tasks, to keep her promise to Alina, but the whispers from the night lingered, a thread of unease she couldn't shake. It was nearing noon when the knock came. 3 sharp raps against the wooden door, each one echoing through the cottage like a hammer on stone. Leora froze, the broom slipping from her hands to clatter on the floor. Her pulse raced, Alina's warning flashing in her mind. Don't open the door to anyone strange. She edged towards the window, peering through the gap in the shutters. A man stood outside, tall and broad-shouldered, his figure cloaked in a gray woolen mantle that fluttered in the breeze. His hood was drawn low, shadowing his face, but she glimpsed a strong jaw and a hint of dark hair. He carried no pack, no staff, only a leather pouch slung at his side. He knocked again, the sound insistent, and called out, his voice deep and steady. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm a traveler, lost on the road. I seek only water and a moment's rest. Leora's breath hitched. He didn't sound dangerous. His tone was warm, almost kind, but the wind stirred then, a sudden gust rattling the shutters. He's not what he seems, it whispered, sharp and urgent. She pressed her back to the wall, her mind a tangle of fear and curiosity. Who was he? Why had he come to their lonely cottage, so far from the village proper? She thought of her mother's words, the promise she'd made, but also of the stranger's plea. What harm could there be in a cup of water? She hesitated, her hand hovering over the latch, torn between compassion and caution. The man spoke again, softer this time. I mean no trouble. I swear it. The river's cold, and I've walked since dawn. His voice carried a weariness that tugged at her heart, and Leora bit her lip, glancing at the silver mirror as if it might offer guidance. The wind hissed, beware, but the word was faint, drowned by the thudding of her pulse. She took a breath, squared her shoulders, and unlatched the door, easing it open just enough to see him fully. He was older than she'd expected, perhaps 40, with a face weathered by sun and wind, sharp cheekbones, a scar tracing his left brow, and eyes like storm clouds, gray and piercing. He smiled, a small, crooked thing, and inclined his head. Thank you, miss, he said. I'm Kyle, a merchant of sorts. I've strayed too far from the trade road. Leora studied him, her grip tight on the door. You're welcome to water, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her chest. But I can't let you in. My mother's away, and I'm alone. Kyle nodded, as if he'd expected as much. Fair enough, he said, stepping back to give her space. She fetched a clay cup, filled it from the bucket by the hearth, and handed it through the gap. He took it with a murmur of thanks, his fingers brushing hers, rough, warm, steady. As he drank, the wind swirled around the cottage, its whisper rising again. He carries a shadow, Leora's eyes narrowed, but before she could speak, Kale lowered the cup and met her gaze, his expression unreadable. Your mother, he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. She's gone to the Lord's castle, hasn't she? Leora stiffened, her breath catching. How do you know that? She demanded, pulling the door closer. He raised a hand, palm out, a gesture of peace. Word travels, even in a place like this, he said. But I've been near that castle, miss. There are stories, dark ones. Folk who go there don't always come back. He paused, his eyes locking with hers. If you want her safe, I can help. But it'll cost you something. Leora's heart pounded, the wind's whispers echoing in her ears. What do you want? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Kyle reached into his pouch and drew out a pendant, a smooth black stone strung on a leather cord. Bring me the silver mirror above your hearth, he said, holding the pendant out. Give it to me, and I'll take you to her. Refuse, and you may never see her again. He set the pendant on the doorstep, stepped back, and vanished into the trees, leaving Leora staring at the stone. The wind's voice, a frantic hum in her mind. The black stone pendant lay on the doorstep like a dark eye, glinting faintly in the pale midday light. Leora stood frozen, the door half open, her breath misting in the chilly air, as Kale's words echoed in her mind. Give it to me, and I'll take you to her. Refuse, and you may never see her again. The wind whipped around the cottage, tugging at her moonlit hair, its whispers sharp and insistent. He lies, yet he knows. She crouched, her fingers hovering over the pendant, its smooth surface cold to the touch. The weight of it felt wrong, heavier than it should have been, as if it carried more than mere stone. She snatched her hand back, heart pounding, and slammed the door shut, sliding the latch into place with a trembling hand. Inside, the cottage was still, the fire crackling low in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Leora pressed her back to the door, her eyes darting to the silver mirror above the mantel. Its etched vines seemed to writhe in the dim light, the surface reflecting her pale, wide-eyed face. Kale's request gnawed at her. Why the mirror? It was her mother's treasure, a relic of a father she barely remembered, its worth tied to memory more than coin. Yet he'd spoken of the castle with such certainty, his voice threading fear into her bones. Folk who go there don't always come back. Was her mother in danger? Or was this stranger spinning a tale to trick her, as the wind warned? She sank to the floor, knees drawn up, and clutched her head, trying to silence the questions swirling within. The wind battered the shutters, its voice rising. Danger grows. Time slips. Leora squeezed her eyes shut, willing it to quiet. But the whispers pressed harder, weaving dread into every breath. She thought of Alina, her steady hands at the loom, her quiet strength, the way she'd kissed her forehead before leaving. 3 days, she'd said, maybe 4. It had only been 1, yet the silence felt wrong, a void where her mother's presence should have been. The pendant waited outside, a silent challenge. Leora rose, pacing the small room, her bare feet scuffing the worn planks. She stopped before the hearth, staring up at the mirror. It was old, its edges tarnished, but it held a strange beauty, the silver catching the firelight in a dance of glints and shadows. She reached out, brushing its frame, and a memory flickered. Her father's voice, low and warm, sang, This sees more than we do, little one. She'd been too young to understand, and he'd vanished soon after, swallowed by the forest, like so many before him. Alina never spoke of him, but the mirror stayed, a sentinel above their lives. Leora's hand dropped, curling into a fist. She couldn't give it up. Not yet. Not to a stranger whose eyes burned with secrets, whose shadow the wind distrusted. But Kyle's warning clung to her, a splinter she couldn't pull free. She turned to the window, peering through the gap in the shutters. The riverbank stretched empty before her, the water rippling under a sky now bruised with clouds. No sign of Kale, no trace of his gray cloak among the trees. Had he truly gone, or was he watching, waiting for her to bend? The day crept on, heavy with tension. Leora busied herself, stoking the fire, kneading dough for another loaf, mending a tear in her shawl, but her thoughts circled back to the pendant, the mirror, her mother. She stepped outside once, briefly, to fetch more wood from the stack by the cottage wall. The black stone still lay there, untouched, its leather cord coiled like a snake. She avoided it, keeping her eyes on the river, but the wind gusted hard, whispering, "He'll return." She hurried back inside, slamming the door against the chill and the words. Night fell, draping the village in a cloak of shadow. Leora sat by the hearth, a bowl of porridge cooling in her lap, her ears straining for any sound beyond the fire's crackle. The wind had softened, its whispers fading to a low hum, but the quiet felt deceptive, a held breath before a storm. She glanced at the mirror again, its surface dark now, reflecting only the glowing embers. What did Kale want with it? What power could it hold to draw a man like him, scarred, weathered, carrying a weight she couldn't name? A soft thud broke her reverie, faint but deliberate, like a pebble striking the wall. Leora set the bowl aside, her pulse quickening, and crept to the window. Through the gap, she saw nothing, just the river's silver thread and the swaying trees beyond. Another thud, this time against the door, followed by a voice, low and familiar. "Leora," it called, smooth as riverstone. "I know you're there. Open the door." Her breath caught, fear spiking through her. It was Kale. She pressed her hands to the wall, steadying herself, and whispered, "What do you want?" Her voice trembled, but she forced it out, loud enough to carry. "I told you," he replied, his tone calm, almost patient. "Your mother's in trouble. The castle's no place for the unwary. I can take you to her, but I need the mirror. It's the key." A pause, then softer. "Time's running short, girl. Decide." The wind stirred, a sharp hiss through the cracks. "He speaks half-truths." Leora's mind raced. She edged to the door, peering through a knothole in the wood. Kyle stood there, his gray cloak fluttering, his face shadowed, but for the glint of those storm cloud eyes. He held no weapon, his hands empty at his sides, but his presence loomed, heavy with intent. "Why the mirror?" she demanded, her voice steadier now. "What's it to you?" Kale tilted his head, as if weighing his answer. "It's old," he said at last. "Older than you know. It sees things, truths hidden from mortal eyes. The castle's bound by something dark, and that mirror can break it. But I can't wield it. Only you can." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a murmur. "Give it to me, and I'll lead you there. Refuse, and she's lost." Leora's chest tightened, doubt warring with desperation. The wind's warning clashed with Kale's plea, and her mother's face, stern yet kind, flashed in her mind. She glanced back at the mirror, its silver surface gleaming faintly, then at the pendant still on the doorstep, visible through the knothole. And if I say no? She asked, testing him. Kale's eyes narrowed. A flicker of something, anger, perhaps, crossing his face before it smoothed away. Then I'll leave, he said. But the castle won't wait, nor will whatever holds her. He reached down, nudging the pendant with his boot. Take this. If you change your mind, put it on and call my name. I'll come. He turned, his cloak swirling, and melted into the darkness, leaving the stone behind like a taunt. Leora sank to her knees, her breath ragged. The wind howled. He's gone, but not far, and she pressed her forehead to the door, the wood cool against her skin. She crawled to the hearth, retrieving the pendant with a stick, unwilling to touch it directly, and dropped it onto the table. It landed with a dull thud, the black stone staring up at her like an unblinking eye. She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering despite the fire's warmth, and stared at the mirror. Could it truly save her mother? Or was Kale weaving a trap, as the wind hinted? Sleep eluded her that night. She lay awake, the pendant's presence a weight in the room, the wind's whispers, a restless chorus, choose, choose, choose. By morning, exhaustion dulled her edges, but resolve began to harden. 2 days had passed since Alina left, and the silence stretched too long. Leora rose, her jaw set, and approached the mirror. She lifted it from its hook, its frame cold in her hands, and traced the vines with her thumb. If you can help her, she whispered, I'll use you, but not his way. She turned to the pendant, her decision teetering on a knife's edge. The wind fell silent, holding its breath as she reached for the stone, her fingers trembling. She wouldn't give Kyle the mirror, not yet, but she couldn't wait any longer. Her mother needed her, and if this stranger knew the way, she'd use him. Wine's warnings be damned. She slipped the cord over her head, the stone settling against her chest, and spoke his name into the quiet. Kyle. The air shivered, a ripple of cold spreading through the room, and he stepped from the shadows by the hearth as if he'd never left. His gray eyes locked on hers, a faint smile curving his lips. Wise choice, he said, extending a hand. Let's go find her. Leora clutched the mirror to her chest, her voice firm despite the fear clawing at her throat. You lead, she said, but the mirror stays with me. Kyle's smile widened, a glint of something unreadable in his gaze, and he nodded, gesturing to the door. The wind roared as they stepped outside, its voice a frantic cry. Beware, beware. But Leora didn't look back. The river gleamed ahead, the forest loomed beyond, and her journey into the unknown began. The pendant, a cold weight against her heart. Below is part 3, the journey into the deep. Wood, continuing the whisper in the wind from part 2. Written in American English, this section targets approximately 2,300 words, preserving the narrative's suspense, emotional richness, and consistency with the previous parts. It follows Leora and Kale into the forest, deepening the mystery of his nature and the castle's secrets, while amplifying the stakes. The language remains engaging and adheres to YouTube's content policies. Let's venture deeper into the tale. Exploración Part 3, The Journey into the Deep Wood. The forest swallowed them like a living thing, its canopy of twisted branches knitting a roof that blotted out the sky. Leora stepped forward, the silver mirror clutched tight against her chest, its cold frame a steady anchor as the world shifted around her. Kyle moved ahead, his gray cloak blending with the shadows, his strides long and silent on the carpet of fallen leaves. The river's song faded behind them, replaced by the forest's own voice, a low hum of rustling boughs and distant bird calls, pierced now and then by the wind's urgent whispers. He leads, but not to light, it hissed, curling around her ears as they pressed deeper into the trees. Leora's breath puffed in the chill air, her boots sinking into the damp earth with each step. The pendant hung heavy around her neck, the black stone a cold weight against her skin, its presence a constant reminder of the choice she'd made. She'd called Kale's name, tethered herself to this stranger, and now there was no turning back. The cottage, the village, her quiet life, all felt like a dream slipping away, replaced by the towering oaks and gnarled pines that loomed like sentinels on either side. She glanced at Kale, his hood drawn low, and tightened her grip on the mirror. "How far is the castle?" she asked, her voice cutting through the stillness. He didn't slow, didn't turn. "A day's walk," he said, his tone flat, as if measuring the distance in something other than miles. "Maybe less, if the forest allows it." His words hung cryptic, and Leora frowned, stepping closer to match his pace. "What do you mean, if it allows it?" she pressed, her green eyes narrowing. Kyle's shoulders stiffened, but he kept his gaze forward, the scar on his brow catching a sliver of light that pierced the canopy. "This isn't an ordinary wood," he said at last. "It bends for some, breaks for others. You'll see." The wind gusted then, sharp and cold, tugging at her hair. "He hides," it whispered, and Leora's stomach twisted. She studied Kyle's back, the way his cloak moved as if stirred by a breeze that didn't touch her, the absence of footprints where his boots should have pressed the earth. She'd noticed it the moment they left the cottage. No shadow trailed him, no mark of his passage. Her pulse quickened, a realization dawning like ice water down her spine. "You're not human," she said, her voice low but firm, stopping in her tracks. Kale halted, turning slowly to face her. His gray eyes gleamed under the hood, bright and unnatural, like embers flickering in a storm. He didn't deny it, didn't flinch, just watched her, his crooked smile returning, faint and unreadable. "Took you long enough," he said, his tone almost amused. "No, I'm not. Not anymore." He stepped closer, the air around him shimmering faintly, and Leora held her ground, though every instinct screamed to run. "What are you, then?" she demanded, lifting the mirror like a shield. He tilted his head, as if weighing how much to reveal. "A remnant," he said finally, "bound to this world by a curse I didn't choose. I serve, I wander, I endure. That's all you need to know. For now." His eyes flicked to the pendant at her throat, then back to her face. "You called me, Leora. You wear my token. We're tied, you and I, until this is done." The wind howled, truth, but not all, and she swallowed hard, her mind racing. A spirit? A ghost? Something worse? Yet he hadn't harmed her. Not yet. And his words about the castle carried a weight she couldn't dismiss. "Why should I trust you?" she asked, her voice steady, despite the tremor in her hands. Kale's smile faded, his gaze softening into something almost human. You shouldn't, he said simply, but you've no one else. Your mother's in that castle, and I know the way. That's the bargain. He turned, resuming his stride, and after a moment, Leora followed, her steps heavier now, the mirror's edge digging into her palms. The forest thickened as they went, the trees growing taller, their trunks gnarled and twisted into shapes that seemed to watch. Moss draped from branches like tattered curtains, and the air grew damp, heavy, with the scent of earth and decay. Leora's breath came in shallow bursts, her senses sharp, every snap of a twig, every rustle overhead setting her nerves alight. The wind's whispers shifted, less clear now, fragmented like a song half remembered. Dark ahead, beware the bloom. She strained to make sense of it, but Kale's presence drowned it out. His silence, a wall she couldn't breach. Hours passed, the light dimming as the sun sank unseen behind the canopy. Kale led her through a maze of roots and brambles, his path unerring, as if drawn by some invisible thread. At last, they emerged into a clearing, a hollow ringed by ancient trees, their branches woven into a dome that let only slivers of gray sky through. In the center stood a stone well, its rim cracked and moss-covered, its depths lost to shadow. Kyle stopped, gesturing for her to wait. Rest here, he said, his voice low. We're close now. The castle's just beyond the ridge. Leora sank onto a fallen log, her legs aching, the mirror resting in her lap. She watched as Kale approached the well, peering into it with an intensity that chilled her. The wind stirred, whispering, "He seeks," but offered no more. She cleared her throat, breaking the silence. What's in there? She asked, nodding at the well. Kyle didn't turn, his hands gripping the stone edge. Old things, he murmured. Echoes. Nothing for you to worry about. But his tone was tight, and she sensed a lie beneath it. She rose, stepping closer, the pendant swaying against her chest. You said the mirror breaks something dark in the castle, she said, her voice firm. What is it? What's holding my mother? Kyle straightened, turning to face her, his eyes glowing faintly in the dusk. A bloom, he said, the word heavy with meaning. A silver flower, older than the stones it grows on. It binds the living, keeps them dreaming, neither dead nor free. The Lord made it, long ago, to cheat his end. Now it takes what it wants. He paused, his gaze piercing. The mirror can shatter it, but it needs your hand, not mine. Leora's breath caught, the wind's fragmented whispers clicking into place. Beware the bloom. She clutched the mirror tighter, her mind spinning. And you? She asked. What do you get from this? Kyle's expression darkened, a shadow crossing his scarred face. Freedom, he said, his voice raw. The curse ties me to the castle's will. Break the bloom, and I'm released. That's my price. The wind roared, half-truth, and Leora's stomach nodded. Freedom for him, yes, but at what cost to her? She stepped back, her eyes locked on his. If I do this, you swear my mother goes free? She demanded. Kale nodded, slow and deliberate. I swear it, he said, on what's left of me. His words hung in the air, a vow she couldn't trust, yet couldn't refuse. Before she could press further, a low hum rose from the trees, a sound like distant bells tolling underwater. Kyle tensed, his head snapping toward the ridge beyond the clearing. It's waking, he said, his voice sharp. We're out of time. He grabbed her arm, pulling her forward, and she stumbled after him, the mirror slipping in her grasp. The forest blurred as they ran, branches clawing at her cloak, the hum growing louder, vibrating through the ground. They crested the ridge, and there it was, the castle. It loomed against the twilight, a sprawl of gray stone draped in ivy, its towers jagged like broken teeth. Windows glowed with a sickly silver light, pulsing in rhythm with the hum. Leora's heart thudded, fear and hope warring within her. She's in there, Kyle said, releasing her arm, his eyes fixed on the gates. The bloom's at the heart. We go now, or not at all. Leora nodded, her resolve hardening. She followed him down the slope, the wind screaming in her ears. Danger, danger, as they approached the iron gates, rusted but ajar. Kyle pushed them open, the metal groaning, and stepped aside, gesturing her forward. She took a breath, the mirror cold against her chest, and crossed the threshold. The air shifted, thick and heavy, and the gates clanged shut behind them. Inside, the courtyard was silent, choked with weeds. Statues of forgotten lords staring blankly from their plinths. At its center stood a fountain, dry and cracked, and atop it bloomed a single flower, silver petals gleaming like moonlight, its light casting an eerie glow. Around it lay figures, dozens of them, sprawled on the stone, motionless, eyes closed, chests rising faintly. Leora's gaze swept over them, and then she saw her, Alina, her dark hair fanned across the ground, her face peaceful in unnatural sleep. Mama, Leora cried, starting forward, but Kale caught her wrist, his grip iron. Not yet, he hissed. The bloom holds them. Break it first. His eyes burned, his voice urgent, and the wind wailed. He wants more. Leora yanked free, her heart pounding, and faced the flower, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. She raised the mirror, its surface catching the glow, and saw her reflection twist, her eyes hollow, her face pale as death. Kyle stepped closer, his voice a whisper. Do it, Leora, now. But the wind's cry echoed in her skull, and she hesitated, the mirror trembling in her hands, the truth dangling just out of reach. The silver flower pulsed in the courtyard, its light washing over the stone like liquid moonlight, bathing the sleeping figures in an eerie glow. Leora stood frozen, the mirror trembling in her hands, its reflection twisting her face into something hollow and unfamiliar. Her mother lay just steps away, Alina's still form a silent plea that tore at her heart. Kale's voice cut through the hum, sharp and urgent. Do it, Leora. Now. His gray eyes blazed, his hand outstretched, but the wind screamed in her ears, a frantic wail. He wants more. She stumbled back, her breath ragged, the pendant at her throat burning cold against her skin. The air in the castle courtyard was thick, heavy with a weight that pressed against her chest. The flower's silver petals shimmered, each one delicate, yet menacing, its glow threading through the air like tendrils seeking prey. Around it, the sleepers, men and women in tattered cloaks, their faces serene but lifeless, lay sprawled across the cracked stone, their breaths shallow, synchronized with the flower's pulse. Leora's gaze locked on her mother, Alina's hands folded over her chest, her dark hair fanned out like a halo. She looked peaceful, untouched by time, yet wrong, too still, too pale, a prisoner of this unnatural bloom. Kyle stepped closer, his cloak swirling in a breeze that didn't reach her. "Break it," he said, his voice low, insistent. "Smash the mirror against the flower. It's the only way." His eyes flicked to the bloom, then back to her, a hunger flickering beneath his calm. The wind howled, lies weave with truth, and Leora's grip tightened on the mirror, its etched vines biting into her palms. She shook her head, her voice trembling, but firm. "Not until I know everything. What happens if I do? To them? To her?" Kyle's jaw tightened, a shadow crossing his scarred face. "They wake," he said, gesturing to the sleepers. "The bloom's hold breaks, and they're free. Your mother walks out of here with you." His words were smooth, practiced, but the wind's whisper gnawed at her. More, more. She took another step back, her boots scraping the stone, and raised the mirror higher, its surface catching the flower's light in a blinding flash. "And you?" she demanded. "You said freedom. What does that mean?" He hesitated, his eyes narrowing, and for a moment, the courtyard's hum seemed to falter. "I told you," he said, his tone hardening. "The curse binds me to this place. Break the bloom, and I'm released. That's all." But his gaze darted to the flower, too quick, too eager, and Leora's stomach knotted. The wind surged, its voice clearer now. "He takes its power." She froze, the pieces clicking into place. Freedom, yes, but not just escape. Something darker, something the wind saw that he wouldn't say. "I don't trust you," she said, her voice rising over the hum. "You're hiding something. Tell me the truth or I walk away." Kale's expression shifted, a flicker of frustration breaking through his calm. He stepped forward, closing the distance, his presence looming. "You can't walk away," he said, his voice a low growl. "Not now. You've seen them. Your mother. The others. You think they'll wake on their own? The bloom's roots run deep, Leora. It'll hold them forever, unless you act." The wind wailed, truth, but twisted, and Leora's heart pounded, doubt and fear warring within her. She glanced at Alina, so close yet unreachable, and then at the mirror, its reflection now showing the flower's silver glow, distorted and menacing. "Then show me," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "Prove it. If the mirror's the key, let me see what it does, without breaking it yet." Kale's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise, or fear, crossing his face. "You don't know what you're asking," he said. But she cut him off, stepping toward the flower, the mirror raised like a weapon. "I'm not asking," she snapped. "I'm telling you, if you want my help, you'll wait." She turned from him, her resolve hardening, and approached the fountain, the flower's light pulsing faster, as if sensing her intent. The courtyard grew colder, the air thickening as she neared the bloom. Its silver petals trembled, emitting a soft chime that vibrated through her bones. She held the mirror out, angling it to catch the flower's glow fully, and gasped as the reflection shifted. Not her face, not the courtyard, but a vision unfolding in the silver depths. A man stood in a grand hall, clad in a velvet cloak, his face sharp and cruel. The Lord, she knew instinctively. He held the flower, its roots dripping black ichor, and pressed it into the stone, his voice a chant that echoed with power. Figures fell around him, their eyes closing, their bodies crumpling as the bloom's light spread, binding them in sleep. The mirror trembled, the vision rippling, and she saw Kyle, younger, human, kneeling before the Lord, his hands bound, his face twisted in anguish as the curse took hold, his form fading into shadow. Leora stumbled back, the mirror slipping in her grasp, the vision fading to silver. You were there, she whispered, turning to Kale, her voice shaking. When it began, you served him. He didn't deny it, his gray eyes fixed on her, dark with memory. I was his guard, he said, his tone raw. Loyal, blind. He cursed me when I failed him, tied me to the bloom, to fetch others for it. I've been its servant ever since. He stepped closer, his voice dropping. But I can end it, Leora. With that mirror, we can destroy it. I swear it. The wind hissed. Power calls him. And Leora's mind raced, piecing it together. The mirror showed truth. The Lord's curse, Kale's bondage. But the wind saw beyond. You want its power, she said, her voice cutting through the hum. Not just freedom. You'd take what it has, wouldn't you? Kale's face hardened, a flicker of guilt or greed flashing in his eyes. And if I did, he said, his tone defiant, I've suffered centuries for it. Why shouldn't I claim what's left? She shook her head, stepping back toward the fountain. Because it's not yours, she said. It's theirs. Hers. She gestured to the sleepers, to Alina, her voice rising with fury. I won't trade their lives for your gain. Kyle lunged, his hand reaching for the mirror, but Leora twisted away, the pendant swinging wildly as she darted to the fountain's edge. Stay back, she cried, raising the mirror high, its surface glinting in the moonlight that pierced the courtyard's gloom. The flower's hum spiked, a shrill note that rattled the stone, and Kyle froze, his eyes blazing. You don't understand, he growled. Without me, you're lost. You need me to finish this. But the wind roared. You hold the key. And Leora's gaze fell to the mirror, its frame warm now, pulsing in her hands. She didn't need Kale, not his way. The vision had shown her the bloom's birth. It could show her its end. She turned, ignoring his shout, and climbed onto the fountain's rim, holding the mirror above the flower, its light flooding the silver surface. The reflection flared, blinding, and a new vision unfolded. A woman, her face obscured, shattering the mirror against the bloom, the silver shards piercing its petals, the light fracturing into 1,000 sparks. The sleepers stirred, the hum faltered, and the flower withered, its roots crumbling to dust. Leora's heart leapt, the truth clear. The mirror's power was hers to wield, not Kyle's. But the vision shifted, darkening, Kale seizing the shards, his form glowing with stolen light. The sleepers fading into shadow. 2 paths, 2 ends. She lowered the mirror, her breath shallow, and met Kale's gaze. I can do it, she said, her voice steady, without you taking anything. His eyes widened, rage flickering, and he lunged again, faster this time, his hand closing around her wrist. Foolish girl, he snarled, wrenching the mirror from her grasp. You'll ruin us both. The wind screamed, now, now. And Leora acted. Grabbing the pendant, she yanked it free, the cord snapping, and hurled it at the flower. The black stone struck the bloom, a crack of thunder splitting the air. The flower shuddered, its light flickering, and Kale staggered, releasing her with a cry as the mirror fell to the stone. Leora dove for it, her fingers closing around its frame, and scrambled back, facing the fountain. No! Kyle roared, his form shimmering, fraying at the edges. But she didn't hesitate. Raising the mirror high, she brought it down with all her strength, smashing it against the flower's heart. Silver shards exploded outward, piercing the petals, the light fracturing into a blinding storm. The hum died. The flower withered, its roots curling into ash, and a shockwave rippled through the courtyard. Kyle screamed, his body dissolving into smoke, his gray eyes locking on hers in a final anguished glare. You freed me, before he vanished, the wind swallowing his last whisper. The sleepers stirred, gasps and murmurs rising as they awoke, and Leora turned, tears streaming down her face, as Alina's eyes fluttered open. Mama, she cried, falling to her knees beside her. Alina blinked, confusion giving way to recognition, and pulled her into a fierce embrace. Leora, she whispered, her voice hoarse but alive. Around them, the others rose, dazed but free. The castle's glow fading to darkness. The wind fell silent, its task done, and Leora clung to her mother, the shards of the broken mirror glinting at her feet. A price paid, a promise kept. The castle trembled as the silver flower withered, its last petals crumbling to ash in the courtyard's stillness. The blinding light of the shattered mirror faded, leaving only moonlight to spill across the cracked stone, illuminating the shards that glinted like fallen stars. Leora knelt beside her mother, Alina's arms tight around her, the warmth of her embrace a lifeline after the chaos. Around them, the sleepers rose, men and women in tattered cloaks, their faces etched with confusion and relief, their voices a soft murmur against the night. The air, once thick with the bloom's oppressive hum, now hung light and empty, the silence almost deafening after the wind's ceaseless whispers. Alina pulled back, her hands cupping Leora's face, her dark eyes searching. My girl, she rasped, her voice rough from days of unnatural sleep. What happened? Where are we? Tears streaked Leora's cheeks, her breath hitching as she clutched her mother's wrists. You're safe now, she said, the words tumbling out. It's over. I got you back. Alina's brow furrowed, questions flickering in her gaze. But before she could speak, a low rumble shook the ground, the castle's stones groaning as if waking from a long slumber. Leora sprang to her feet, pulling Alina up with her. We need to go, she said, her voice sharp with urgency. The others, dozens of them, some staggering, some helping one another, turned toward the gates, their instincts mirroring hers. The courtyard quaked again, cracks spidering through the fountain, and the ivy-clad walls began to buckle, dust raining from the towers. Now, Leora cried, gripping her mother's hand as they ran, the crowd surging behind them. The iron gates, rusted and ajar, loomed ahead, and they burst through just as the castle shuddered one final time, collapsing into a heap of rubble and shadow. They stumbled onto the ridge beyond, the forest stretching dark and silent around them. Leora turned, her chest heaving, and watched as the last tower fell, a plume of dust rising like a sigh into the moonlit sky. The silver glow was gone, the bloom's power extinguished, and with it, Kyle, his anguished cry still echoing in her mind. You freed me. She clutched the broken cord of the pendant, its black stone lost in the chaos, and felt a pang of something, relief, guilt, sorrow, she couldn't name. Alina squeezed her hand, drawing her gaze. Leora, she said, her voice steadier now. Tell me everything. The others gathered nearby, some weeping, some staring blankly at the ruins, their whispers a soft chorus of gratitude and disbelief. Leora took a breath, the weight of the past days pressing against her ribs, and began Kale's arrival, the wind's warnings, the mirror's visions, the flower's curse. Alina listened, her face paling with each word, her grip tightening as Leora spoke of smashing the mirror, of Kale's dissolution into smoke. When she finished, silence fell, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the trees. Alina pulled her close again, her voice a whisper against her hair. You brave, foolish child, she said, a tremor of pride beneath her fear. You could have been lost too. Leora buried her face in her mother's shoulder, the tension draining from her body. I had to, she murmured. I couldn't leave you. The journey back to Silverstream was slow, the group moving through the forest as dawn crept over the hills, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose. The survivors, travelers, weavers, farmers, all ensnared by the castle's lure, leaned on one another, their steps weary but determined. Leora walked beside Alina, the mirror's absence a hollow ache in her hands, its shards left behind in the rubble. The wind, once her constant companion, was quiet now, its whispers stilled, as if its purpose had been fulfilled. She felt the loss keenly, a part of her gone with it. But the sight of her mother, alive, whole, eased the sting. They reached the village by midday, the river sparkling under a clear sky, the cottages a welcome sight after the forest's gloom. The villagers rushed out, their voices rising in a shock and joy as they recognized the lost. Brothers, sisters, friends taken by the castle's call, over years, decades even. Tears flowed, arms embraced, and Leora stood back with Alina, watching the reunion unfold. A woman with gray braids knelt before them, her hands trembling as she grasped Alina's. You brought my son back, she sobbed, and Alina shook her head, gesturing to Leora. She did, she said, her voice thick. My daughter saved us all. Word spread quickly, the tale growing with each telling. Leora, the girl who heard the wind, who faced a cursed castle and broke its hold with a silver mirror. Children crowded around her, wide-eyed, begging for the story, and though she smiled, she slipped away, retreating to the cottage with Alina. Inside, the hearth was cold, the air stale, but it was home. Alina lit the fire, her hands steady despite the ordeal, and Leora sank onto a stool, exhaustion settling into her bones. Days turned to weeks, the village settling into a new rhythm. The survivors rebuilt their lives, their gratitude a quiet hum beneath daily tasks. Alina returned to her loom, her tapestries now woven with threads of silver and gray, echoes of the castle's fall. Leora helped, her fingers deft with needle and thread, but her eyes often drifted to the river, to the forest beyond. The wind stayed silent, its absence a void she couldn't fill. She missed its whispers, its guidance, even its warnings, missed the part of herself it had awakened. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in fiery streaks, Leora sat by the riverbank, her knees drawn up, the water lapping at the shore. The villagers had begun calling her a hero, but the title sat uneasily on her shoulders. She'd saved her mother, yes, but Kale's fate gnawed at her. Had he been a villain, seeking the bloom's power for himself, or a prisoner, like the others, freed in a way she hadn't intended? His final words, "You freed me," rang with both triumph and pain, a riddle she couldn't solve. She reached into her pocket, pulling out a single shard of the mirror, its edge dulled by time. She'd found it clutched in her hand after the castle fell, a fragment of the truth it had shown her. It caught the sunset's glow, shimmering faintly, and she traced its surface, wondering what else it might have revealed. The wind stirred then, a soft breeze brushing her hair, the first since that night. No whispers came, no words, just a gentle touch, like a farewell. Leora smiled, a tear slipping down her cheek, and tucked the shard away. "Thank you," she whispered, to the wind, to the mirror, to whatever had guided her through. Years passed, and Leora grew into a woman of quiet strength, her moonlit hair streaked with silver, her green eyes sharp with wisdom. She became the village's storyteller, her voice weaving tales of the castle, the bloom, the stranger who'd been both foe and guide. Children listened, rapt, their laughter echoing by the river. And though she spoke of courage and loss, she kept Kale's end vague, a shadow who faded, a price paid. The truth, she knew, was hers alone to carry. Alina aged beside her, her hands slower, but her spirit unbroken, her pride in Leora a constant light. The cottage stood firm, its roof patched with coin from the Lord's payment, delivered late, with apologies from a steward who'd found the survivor's tale too wild to doubt. The forest remained, a dark line on the horizon, but no one ventured near the castle's ruins, now overgrown with vines and whispers of their own. One night, under a full moon, Leora walked to the riverbank, the shard in her hand. She was older now, her steps measured, but her heart still restless. She held the silver fragment up, its surface catching the moonlight, and saw nothing. No visions, no truths, just her reflection, lined with years. The wind rustled, a faint breath against her skin, and she closed her eyes, letting it wash over her. No words came, no riddles, but the silence felt full, a peace earned through fire and shadow. She tossed the shard into the river, watching it sink beneath the silver waves, a final letting go. The village slept behind her. The world turned on, and Leora stood alone. The wind's silence a companion now, not a loss. She'd faced the dark, broken a curse, saved what mattered most, and in the quiet, she found her own story, one she'd tell until her voice faded too.